Namaskar, good morning, good day. Yasura Singh speaking from Bharat, India on August 24, 2020. One more day of life, of course, critical day, and we have to talk about general issues, management issues, engineering management, and various topics of engineering like like techniques of soil, like contracts, and like many others which are very much relevant to practicality of engineering, including contracts, designs, and everything. Whatever is practically possible to cover with in this video, and maybe I discontinue in between because I have to add to this, screen share which cannot be continued in serial because FB provisions are different. So that's why I can say that we have to understand that point. Hello, fellow officer engineers, and of course Royal Chartered Engineer, Statutory Position Chartered Engineer, Constitutional Position Chartered Engineer, and this Institution of Engineers. And now back into timely discussions. And all I want to see is fellow. This is fellow certificate, of course. This is certification, membership, fellow. The membership fellow. Now, issue related to COVID-19. Or is that? Is that project management? COVID-19, project management, and of course issues such as which are very important for everybody, and fatigue, and of course fatigue, and you may say various issues like concrete, general, and all this, and open this for returning to my young life, my student life, and of course my young life when I used to write with the hands, and now handwriting is not valued because the world has changed, but history can't be removed. History. Evolution is also part of evolution, that we have stopped writing, which is not good for health, but that's what to do. We can't change it. Writing skill has gone. Writing skill has gone, and only computing skill has come. Means everybody writes using computers. Well, nobody can change it also. And this COVID-19 and engineering, management, organization, challenges, changes, everything that's possible thinking, only resort and general specifications, quality, structure, everything that is practically possible. We discuss in this talk, and I think I'm very fast. I think you may be saying I'm very fast. No, I'm not very fast. It's simply, just to let you know. You know it every day you see, but even then, it's possible too. Well, this is just the formal, or so I have to charge it. Yes, because the charge. Because, dear friends, what I say now, I think there is nothing much left about COVID-19 to say. COVID-19 is nothing new now. It's a part of our life, and there is no way you can get out of this. It's like air you respirate every day. Like we respire air, we take solar energy, and we use our whatever we do, which we can't avoid. So it's now COVID-19 that we can't avoid, though nobody wants it, but there is no way out. There is no way out. We have to stay normal with it as if it's a part of our life, and it's a part of our life, and that's the fact of life. So why to means just fight with ourselves when there is no power, we cannot fight. Unfortunately, it is that scientists of world are also talking like unknown people means some scientists, how WHO says, oh, 2 years, it says, somebody says yes, it's maybe forever, and now vaccine, somebody says that in 21 and by 21, and we may get it's complete mix up. First time in world, a high degree of confusion or mix up, I should call, rather than confusion, a mix up stand. I think a highest qualification, highest academics, when people are very well educated, they're having very high degrees and very much, they think they are very well literate. I think that's one point where our problem lies. And you are highly and very highly literate, but you forget your roots. We had two ways. You start from root and reach to tree fruits. That's one. This whole circuit. You start from ABCD and you can go to any literature of English or whatever language. You start from 1, 2, 3 and you can count up to integral calculus and differential calculus and trigonometry, all that. If you know everything, it's fine. If so, I forget 2 plus 2, how much it is, and I know trigonometry, sin theta, cos theta, tangent theta, it means you have left your origin and you want to jump on trigonometry, coordinate geometry, etc. means your wrong path. Your wrong path. If you just like you forget infants, you can't remember what time, but you can remember your class 1 or class 2. If you forget that time, means I have done PhD and this PhD is useless if you don't know 1 and 2, class 1 and 2. If you don't understand what you studied in class 1 and class 2, standard was 2, and you say I am PhD, then I think you are incomplete. What I say, because we are highly educated communities in world, we call ourselves very well educated scientists, engineers, doctors, etc. But if you forget your elementary studies, elementary knowledge, which you use every day, that's fine, but you miss one, you're not using it to practice, then it's difficult for you. Well, sometimes, easiest exam, easiest question examinations can't be resolved, but you can resolve very complex questions. That same thing applies to COVID. All scientists, all engineers, all those who are linked professionals to this, they're all confused, I should say. Either their education, academics is not complete, or they do not know how to apply their knowledge, or something is missing. Somebody can say, I'm not challenging anything, I'm not challenging, but I say, means somewhere something is wrong, that you cannot even assess whether injection shall be ready or vaccine shall be ready. You cannot even assess what this disease is, where is the origin, and you may not know it now. It seems you may not know it. This means there is some lacuna in education, there is some lacuna in development of science or whatever it is. I cannot say with confirmation, I can only assume as a common person, common world citizen, that there is something which is missing. Same thing I can say for my profession, for others' profession. Same thing as the kids also. If you don't know to do how much, then what's the use of education? If you cannot tell me if it is 9, 10, 9, 1, if you cannot know all this, you just cram it, Cramming education, cramming chapters, cramming text doesn't mean anything. It's like cram. But if you don't understand this, I don't respect marks, how many marks you get in examination. I respect what application you make of that one. Whatever learning you have achieved, what you have learned in life, what education standards you achieved, you have to apply that, and that's most important. Application of whatever, if you can't apply that, then there's no meaning of education. You may be gold medalist or whatever, it doesn't mean anything if you cannot apply that. If you ask your son or daughter, take 100 rupees, go to market and take these 3 items, get back your money, and boy, that guy cannot understand, that person, boy, baby, cannot understand how much total is, then there's some wrong, some passing examination, it doesn't mean anything if you cannot apply that knowledge. That's the important point. And I think this uniformity doesn't exist now. Heterogeneity has come into our society all over the world. Behavior of people, conduct of people is not becoming now. Means you can say, I just the news in Birmingham,
70 parties were being conducted, but enjoyed by people when there are restrictions and police arrested them or held them. Means what is using of education if we deprive ourselves from facts of life? Means people have taken is personally or I think God's stake. Why should I wear mask? Why should I do that? Without knowing that it's for you, it's for your people. It's not for police, it's not for government. Government doesn't exist, no government exists in fact. They are people. If you just say what's the government, I say there's no government at all anywhere in the world, only people, an elected or selected group of people who have been given responsibility to run that area, and that's it, government. Nothing else. What's the government? Only group of people. What is judiciary? Just group of people. There's no factory, there's no machine, nothing. Just group of people who are expected to be fair and free and do justice, or same thing for government and same thing for parliament. But people have thoughts, different thoughts now. You see, COVID is friend of none, but it's friend of everyone. You see, it's friend of none, it's friend of everyone. Because if it doesn't disclose the secrecy to you, what power you have? You have no power. This means you are too little if you compare to COVID. COVID is superpower and you are not even small power. That's the only difference. Better forget now. In cases are rising every day. Is nobody can stop it. Nobody can stop it, and those who claim we will stop it, they all result in hawks. Our country used to say, our Prime Minister used to say, oh, we will do this and we will do that and this. England Prime Minister, we will defeat and we will defeat that. And American Prime, oh, we will win over this. I don't know whom. With whom? Well, you don't know it's a fighting with. You don't know it's an enemy. And you know, how shall you know? You don't know anything. Just like you are a common man, common person, you are not a government. This COVID has rejected every government. This COVID has told everyone you are nothing. This COVID is prime now. This COVID is prime. Above all. Not chief executive, above all. And until public knows about this will do a lot. And this will disappear after that. Because still WHO is only 2 years, it will take 2 years. I mean, WHO also knows nothing. Simply on what basis you are saying 2 years? They should logic, this is simple. And scientists, other scientists say, oh, it may not go there. You see, what is after all? Where do we stand? It's same thing as illiterate person says it will never go, or just like people say in villages, oh, this is not our disease. See, there's a surprising talk. I got information from some village that one visited house and said, in village there is a saying, oh, this is city's disease, this is urban area disease, this is the rural area disease. Now this is the classification of urban and rural on COVID. The COVID belongs to urban area, rural area. Cities belong to urban area, it doesn't belong to rural area. Now they classify, stratification is that. Means this COVID-19 urbanized and no COVID-19 is ruralized. People think their way. And this is actually misinformation. Our governments are not working on providing information to public all over the world, same thing. Whatever information you get on social media, or you get through, fake TV channels, or you get through just, irreliable sources, you talk of that. This is not good. This is a worldwide problem, so there should be a worldwide education. WHO is not telling everything, they are telling only precautionary measures, but they are not accessible. They are not in a position to assess its future, because they don't know present of this, they don't know what it's doing. So I should say there is a lot of confusion going on all over the world. I cannot blame my country alone. My people are even better than other countries, I can say. At least they listen. They listen at least. Means if you tell them, of course some people, maybe 30% people are very rigid. But if you inform them, 70% people may abide by, but unfortunately there's complete absence of education about this, about COVID-19, And I consider it as safety and health issues, safety, health and environment issue, because people are not very much aware, people are not very much interested in safety, health and environment, and that's the result of this. Even those who are institutionalized mechanisms, who are there, many institutions, they are just conducting webinars, nothing has to do with COVID. I've not seen webinars being conducted regarding COVID-19. They are conducting webinars, but in their own world. Means somebody is conducting about environment, about green buildings, greenhouse, and about this. I've not seen any seminar being conducted with COVID-19. This time, this is they are not sure what is this, and I am sure this is going to stay for at least 10 years, and up to 24, 20, 24, 23, it will rise like anything. That's what I understand. I can't say, I can't guarantee, but this is why my track is track line. This is because I calculate different way. I don't calculate something way. I calculate different way. At up to economy shall change only in 24, not before that. 21, 22, 23. You have to now this is 20, and you can say result 2020. What result is now 2030? Is year is 2020. So it's going to make everything that means no soul. It's actually soulless year. Soulless 20. I'm just telling you. I don't know why I'm telling you about this. Just I'm telling you, a soulless year. English is there's no soul, no spirit. Next year 21, which is something would come in, some authority would come in, or or you can say some lead would come in, or whatever is bad is there, they will try to exit. So 21 is different world. It will, I think, indirectly impact us, rule us, and 22 would be further aggravated out there. So 23 may start breaking in January 23. We may little relaxation, but it won't be, because 23 is also there, half making and half breaking. Maybe it makes and breaks again, breaks and makes again. So 24. So in 24 you will get some little dilution of this. Before 20, in 24 you will find this dilutes little, but in 25 again unexpected. So at end of 25 fire this. In 28 you will understand this system. In 28, 2028 you will understand this system, and in 29 it may go. I will do everything by that time. Maybe we think in Bharat, India, we have say 8 to 10 crores infections. Because now range is, it's about 8%, 8 to 9%. We find every day. They conduct tests, and they conduct tests. How many tests they conducted? About 8% are result. 8% results. 8% infections are giving results. We're getting results of 8% on an average. So if we give 8% on average, we have 130 crore. So about 8 to 10 crore people shall be infected at end in our country, and same way America may reach 5 crores. Yes, 8 to 10 ourselves, America may reach 5 crores, and whole Gulf and Middle East may reach 5 crores, and China would also, China and that part, Far East part, I mean to say, not China alone, Japan, China, say whatever countries are there. So total I think 28 to 30 crores, 280 million or 310 million people shall be infected of this, and that's a very dangerous situation. Well, I'm just imagining that, not confirming that. I have no authority to confirm that. Now, well, we leave it now to its own, because we have no other way. We can't help it. Only thing is we have to take care, and that's it. Now it is little temperature change. August is going and September is coming, so I think it's neither too hot nor too cold. Of course, humidity is a problem here. Humidity is a big problem, and because of low temperature and high humidity, this promotion of comoda works. It thrives, it amplifies, it goes on and on and on. So we have to be very careful about that point, that we have to take care of COVID within that period, which we did not take so far. Now we move on to other subjects, our management, engineering management, engineering organizational way, management organization, how engineering works. I tried, other than this video, I also try if I have time in afternoon. Sometimes else. Yesterday I talked about foam concrete. I tried to get information. I had on file long back which I got about you can say maybe 15 16 years back. I just collected some information about foam concrete. So I just filled in that information through one video yesterday, and that's foam concrete. Also got some more information yesterday from very little information, and I just published that video with foam concrete, and it's available. You can see yourself, and also available on Structural Engineers Forum, safeindia.org, safeindia.org, and also on LinkedIn and as well as on my Twitter. So the people, I know that this talks, my talks are not very very popular because this above common understanding. When I talk technically, this is okay. Everybody cannot understand. But when I talk politics or constitution, even then people are not interested. I talk about constitution of this country, constitution of the people don't. It's our part, it's our duty according to profession also. We should know what's the constitution of our country, and not only my country, everybody should know constitution of their country, respective country. No problem at all if you don't know, but it's your duty to know. And this is only suffering that people, they can say, this is the cause of suffering. What's our cause of suffering? Even engineers suffer because of that, because they don't take interest. Engineers are supposed to know this according to constant competency. Every engineer, I'm not saying you should be expert on that, but you should know how to understand constitution. You should know laws, because these all apply in profession. In professional activities, we have to understand this. We have to know certain laws. We have to know some part of constitutions. It's all engineering management. Engineering is not simply what you learn in your university. Even if you learn in university, in my time, diploma time, we had civics, and in my engineering degree, I had social sciences section A subject, mandatory subject, means compulsory subject. People, they don't like that, but liking or not liking is another issue. But we had to pass that. Social science, which comprised of sociology and economics and say a part of civics, and you can say miscellaneous issues. So it was without any numericals, without any mathematical basis, but you can say it was complete text, and engineers run away from text writing, and that's only a problem. I have not seen any engineer in my life from all over the world. I'm not talking about my country. I'm talking about all over the world. Arabian, American, English. Of course, English I'm saying, engineers I'm saying, I'm not saying everybody. And my country, of course, there is a standard country, engineering community. You can say 95% engineers run away from writing activities, and same applies to medical doctors. This MBBS and others, they also run away from writing. So, who are good in writing? Advocates, and you will say chartered accountants, and those who deal with companies, and they can write much better than. But I don't know why engineers run away, because writing is a part of their job. Okay, for doctor I understand. This is not part of doctor's activity. They seldom write. They only prescribe and conduct operations. But in life of engineers, in particular, in lives of those who deal with contracts and those who deal with designs, writing is an important activity. But they don't realize that fact. And okay, we at least write something being Indian, Bharatvasis, but I have seen Arabs and particularly USA people. I can't exactly say for English people, they know writing, they can write, it's their language. And you see Europeans, since I've worked with generally all, and I'm not experienced in a status writing with them. They write broken, and European companies write broken, of course, and Americans, they don't believe in writing. So I can say we are copy of British, in fact. We are copy of British, true copy we are, and therefore many people still write. If you see those who are retired or those seniors, they were good in writing, means to some extent, I can't say 100%. They did not change style, and we did not change style, and we don't follow Queen's English as they follow. And this problem I also face when I used to write statements, means method statements or some other informative communications. They are not using a Queen's English, and why which was Queen's English? I don't understand Queen's English. I understand my English, grammar, translation, and all this I understand. I write composition of sentences, that I understand. But what do you mean by Queen's English? They have their Queen's English, and they are loyal to that. This is English thought. Okay, your country, you do whatever. My country, I'm responsible. But they understand what is right. I can't say exactly. Means they write sometime, they believe in present tense and we believe in past tense. There's a little change, and we don't change our attitude. That's our problem. They change. They that's the country, means that society is a little awaken. They rise, we fall. That's the only difference. I mean, rising and falling. They keep on rising. They keep on changing. They keep adopting new customs, new rituals, new ways. We keep saying, no, we do. There's so many words which I should not explain them in this talk. But fact remains that they are in that, because this is a language, you can't compete with them. If you see 500 before, 300 years before, language, but they this language, they changed it later. We adopted that language, and we still continue with that. We can't change that anymore. And those people, there are some, means it's not a question of argument, means these officers, government officers, they are somewhere good in writing, and because they use only, the job is only to write. But professionals, engineers, and those, they're not supposed to write a lot. But professors write books. Even I have not seen their writings to mark. They may be PhD, but writing skills are not that. Well, I say writing skill is very important, and that's what I must say. We run away from learning constitution. Even though I was talking about constitution and laws, I jumped onto writing. But do you think writing is a part of that? Writing is a part of this Constitution of India. It's not very difficult to understand. It's neither very hard English or very soft English. In between, some year I gave a copy. I wanted my relatives, my sister's kids to at least understand this. I sent copies to them. They didn't even know. One read, I can't understand this. What's this? I don't know what is this. How was difficult English for that one? So quite good in English. He speaks very good English. But for him, this English is very difficult. My other one, she did not even look at that. It's the one necessary. I will look at that. It's the Constitution. But it will be not necessary for you, because you do not understand that. It is the same thing that you want, means you do not take an interest. You are so busy. I also made some mistake but in my time there were no such communications. Nobody told me about the Constitution. I had to learn my way of thinking, and I was beaten by someone. Beaten in the sense, beaten legally. Where you pushed in. I didn't know what happened with me, but because I'm from civil engineering spectrum, this is, you can say, civil engineering world. You can say it's a world. You need writing, and particularly if you deal on field engineering, if you deal, you can say you deal with contractors, and if you deal with vendors, or if you deal with conducting meetings like that, whatever you deal with. You can say it's not management of that type, but it's engineering management. If you deal with project management, and so you must have certain skills. You must have certain knowledge of basic laws, certain knowledge of Constitution. I don't know, some people don't even understand what they imagine what's Constitution. They have never seen this in their life, and they say, oh, you have they say they have a Constitution. No, they don't understand. Even advocates who are new, they don't understand everything about Constitution, and this is unfortunate. And even some judges don't understand. I mean to say, they don't understand thoroughly. They know there's a Constitution, they know their laws, but the same thing, just pass some examination, and after that, forget it. You got a job. Your education is aimed at job hunting, and not more than that. If that is only criteria of education, then we can never develop. I say learning is important, not formal education. Your formal education is fine, you have first degree, but doesn't matter, you should have all degrees. If you apply that knowledge, you can do wonders. Means You should evaluate yourself. I should evaluate myself. How can I learn? There is no barricade that you cannot learn. It stops you. There is no police standing here. If you learn yourself, I say learning self or self-teaching is most important in life. Keep off degrees, learn everything. Yes, you may not learn everything, you may not know everything, you need some guidance, so you guide yourself. Why don't you guide yourself? If you are an engineer, say, it's not small, you have gone through university for 5 years, you talked a lot, you learned a lot, you talked to professors, lecturers and your classmates, and then you are in job now, you talk with people. So what's problem that you cannot study yourself? There is no problem, but it is will that's required. You are short of will. It's no blame. I am sharing my problems that I faced without that backup, which I am just suggesting you have that. But unfortunately, knowledge is falling. People are interested on that. They don't want to learn until they would be beaten, I should say. Beaten means mentally beaten, tortured, and they would be tortured if they want to rise in life. Either you stay in same position forever, which is also not practically possible because your age factor does not allow that. Say I am now 66 years. If I say no, I work as only very junior engineer, nobody would accept me. If I say yes, I am chief engineer, I am director, I am author, I am professor, everybody shall accept me even if I know nothing. I don't know anything saying, but they will accept, oh, has grey hair, white hair, oh, face impression, oh yes. Impression says, his body language says, this person knows something. So I am selling my body language or I am selling my mind, this you have to decide. Body language decides or mind decides, that intelligence decides things. You have to be intelligent enough. Body language may say so much, but actions don't display that. This is body language is fake. It's complete fake. You go to makeup artist and makeup artist will do it for you. Your face is very impressive and you talk point to point, a very polite, oh, very gentleman, very attractive lady. What a powerful lady is she. She serious, talks very limited, but when you see actions, no action. Engineering is full of actions. Life is full of actions. And if no action, means there is nothing. Action comes based on decisions, and decision comes based on your mental application. That's what engineering is. You may not agree with that, but this is also fact. When you work in engineering field, and when you are trapped somewhere, you will run from pillar to post to find an answer. But answer is with you. You study documents and find answer. If you want to go through constitution, you need not go through all articles, 395 something. No requirement of that. You just understand chapters and few chapters which apply in your life. You have to know rights of people, rights of public, your rights, others' rights. Because in engineering profession, rights are very important. Fundamental rights, other rights, whatever are given, and what this country is, how our system works, that you have to understand. And if you can't understand that, then you are missed somewhere, then you will not be matured engineer. You won't be able to lead others. For leading others, you have to lead yourself first. And you can lead yourself first only when you know ABCD of our country, our system. When you are somewhere overseas or in some meeting in your country itself, and there are some issues related to something, and if you can't respond to that, it looks bad, very awkward. This person is in this position and you fail to answer this, means they start doubting your competency. That happens. They may not say to your face, but they will start backbiting. Who appointed this person this position? This person has no competency. He could not answer this. Okay, I gave him one opportunity, two opportunity. then they will you start looking at you with different angle, different others. So this means it's not reliable. If you want that state, change your mindset is better. Change your mindset. Life is different. College is different. University is different. Learning has no limit. I understand this. Learning is no limit, and time is valuable. Time is valuable. Means you have limited time. You have to use that time. That's most important. Time management, time organization. As we see, you have to measure time and just see how this machine works, and you observe its time, and that observation gives you the operational planning. This machine can work in 1 hour that much under these circumstances, under these given conditions. So I should take into my planning that it will take so many days to complete this activity or so many hours. That we do, but we don't take into our consideration every day I do my. That's a time organization. That's a time study. We conduct time study of machines. We conduct time study of workers. How much work one worker is doing. Looking at that, not asking, because actual figure is important, real figure, not imaginary one. I don't depend upon books which tell me you have to take this one person's. You watch on site, observe on site yourself, one person, second person, third person, and see what's variation there. Yes, there shall be variation depending upon capacity of each person. That's very important point. We cannot say no to them. Means everybody has different health, different mental setup, different studies, pick-up power, and of course competitive power. So that is called time study, production study. We have to conduct for everybody on site without telling them you are studying this. And not every time. I'm not saying every day you do it. Sometimes you have to understand people. So you have to study yourself also then. If you study others, you have to study yourself. You are no different. Means what is your status? What you should know? Are you fit in that position? Though you have a position, I am not saying you throw that position, but you evaluate yourself. Are you suitable for this position? Are you right person for this job? You may say, I can do better job. I can do much more higher jobs than this. Yes, you can do. But I am asking where you are now, are you suitable for that? You raise yourself a question, analyze it, and if you find no, there's some problem there, which there's a deficiency in you, then you try to make up that deficiency. This is called self-study. There's nothing wrong in that. I am studying myself. It is same thing. I am reviewing some writing. I write myself and review it. First time I review it, second time I review it, or maybe I think of that after that, or I keep that important writing for one day with me just to keep on thinking else, because that time when I wrote this, I did not recall some information, I missed that, but when I am in bed, I missed that one, so I can add that one to that writing. This can happen. This happens only for important writing, not for routine writings. I'm not talking about routine writings. I'm talking about important writing. So same way I say, you must have some knowledge about our country's constitution and some laws, not all laws. Nobody can remember all laws. No lawyer can remember, no judge can remember. But some laws, like civil procedure codes, Constitution of India, some chapters of that. Then you can say our profession related laws, workers related laws, contract act, which is also very important because we deal with contracts. Then some acts related to safety, some acts related to quality system. Means whatever we deal in life, something we should know. Something about insurance, because you have to insure everything. Means whatever you think is important, you have to know something about that. That is very essential. It doesn't necessitate you to go to University of LLB and pass that. No, not necessary. You are adequately qualified to understand that. There is no mathematics, no integral calculus, no differential calculus. you know knowledge, but just simple language. And nowadays even there's English is not required. You can know without English. You can learn it in your Hindi language or some other language. So it's easy, but we do not take care because we have some fear in mind. Our university did not tell us this is also important. They did not tell us. If say I am an engineer, I boast for that I am an engineer, I have pride, and if somebody discusses with me something about constitution which applies onto me and I am unable to answer, then I have to blame myself for that. I cannot answer that this was not in my university syllabus. University syllabus is never unlimited, remember. There is a form that's called formal education where there is a period defined, duration is defined, term is defined, that this syllabus shall be understood in 3 years or in 2 years or in 4 years. That is defined. So hands of universities are also tightened. They cannot teach you everything. Even if they prefer, they cannot teach you because of limited time. But once you pass out, your time is your time. It's nobody else's time. If you say, no, I am very busy, I don't have I don't accept that explanation. Yes, you are busy, but you have to learn also. Don't forget that. So, I am very much concerned about this, really. I am very much concerned. Because in profession, you need all information. You need even to understand psychological of your workers, your staff. You have to understand that. But no doctor will teach you, because until you study a person, you cannot know about that person. For that you have to spend some time during interaction with your people, with your foreman, with your junior engineer, and with your other staff, clerical staff, store staff, administrative staff, and all that. You have to understand their mindset, and they have to understand your mindset. And same thing every worker, because workers are workers, they are not very advanced, they have no hesitation to come to you and talk to you. So you have to keep a little open as per interaction, then if not directly to your juniors, foremen and supervisors, etc. You have to know if you cannot have time to talk to them directly, you can collect this information through your foreman. You should know how your people are. See, everybody won't like you. They may call, they may give backbiting. No problem for that. You give them liberty, because your interest is not in their backbiting or their touching your feet or holding their hands in front of you. Your interest is they should deliver. You are not paying them to say you good morning. They are getting salary for work. So as far as they work honestly, sincerely, it's fine. I don't mind. I don't need respect, personal respect from them. I don't expect good wishes from them. I expect good job from them. That's my personality. That's my way of thinking. Generally, English used to your people once. We had a site in they were walking. Some people walking early morning after joining the reporting means they walk just for a few minutes, 5 to 10 minutes to go to work area. Then one British person, there was a supervisor there, the engineer there. He asked me, Suraj, you are paying to walk? Are you paying them for walking? He saw them walking from my office to site. It's just a 5 to 10 minutes walk all around site. So you are paying them for walking or for working? That was observation of that person. See, we understand that. But that person did not understand sometimes walking is also better for work, because they are heated up. They travel in bus for 1 hour or half an hour and they slept there in bus. So they have to refresh. Sometimes 5 to 10 minutes heating up is required to let them start working. I'm not saying you can drop them by bus there, but if they walk 5-10 minutes, it doesn't make a difference. It results in 10 seconds or 10 minutes work or 15 minutes or more, they do. Means that's what I say, you have to understand psychology of people. I have to deal with my workers my way, so that I can please them as well as I can scold them. If you don't scold workers, means they feel something different. See, they are used to that. Of course they are workers. They are without them we cannot move. but they are not, like they're not like those officers who are polite, who can talk. They are hard working workers, means they are physical working workers. They are productive workers. They are not, nominal workers. They are productive workers. And you can say productive workers are different. Economy depends upon them, but they don't depend on economy. There's a difference. Try to understand. Economy of a nation is based on working class. It doesn't based on rich class. It doesn't based on political class. It doesn't based on my class. It based on those workers who work physically and involve themselves in productive processes, in productive manufacturing productions. We call that economy. I am not contributing anything to economy if I don't use those workers. So my using those workers, whether in factory or on construction site, is a part of development. Jobs they will do only if they know job and they are intending to do job. So I have to ensure that environment exists on site, that they work by heart, by mind. My staff works by heart, by mind. And my vendors believe me, they trust me, person is genuine. Person doesn't harass them. And those who come in contact with you at high level, in management or in organizational meetings, where contract is related, they should know that you understand contract. And understanding of contract means not only contract language or contract document, you have to understand application of that, relation of that to laws. That's why I'm stressing again and again, again and again, again and again. Technical is one, administration other one, law is also there. Law doesn't mean you have to be a lawyer. This means you have to apply those documents. To apply those documents, you have to understand some portion of law, maybe 5%. Limited laws are there. You can understand labor workers law, residence law, you can say an insurance law, and safety laws, quality laws, engineering laws of course are there, and like that you should be. Our country, we have to know our country, and sometimes we know other countries as well, as what is UK, what is USA, what is China. When you talk in high position, you have to give reference to them. When you write a paper for seminar or for some other debate or whatever you can say for publication, then you have to collect many references for your information. You never see that somebody talks without references. Means they go to those papers for finding information. They are compelled if they want to write paper. They are compelled. Same thing I say. It's not my profession to understand law, but law is in my profession. I can say that law is some part of my profession. You cannot do without that. Therefore, it is better for everyone to something, for something to understand. And that's what management, this is a part of management, I say. And we have to bring weight onto ourselves. Just talking is not adequate. Writing skill is very important, I said. When we talk of management or we talk of organizational controls, I should say, then communication is one part, very important part. Because communication explains, communication exhibits, communication displays and this demonstrates what sort of skills you have. Whether you can communicate or only speak, and speech is not that important, because you explain, you have something in mind, and you have to explain to someone. You cannot bring out 100%, the mind will give you 100%, but you won't receive it and you can't explain everything to someone you are talking about. That's why I say this is very important point. We have to develop our skills. Skill development means you have to add knowledge to yourself. Means if you have knowledge to yourself, that's an important point I can say. My talk every day about this organizational structure is for to ensure that I also change myself. Uh, I, I I did not enter into this extra education. I should call it extra knowledge other than your professional syllabus until you deal with that. Now you deal in your university. Nobody taught you how to write and how to communicate with, but you in field you have to. You say you are a project manager. Can be. It's nothing big. It's nothing big. It's a part of It's a part of career. You can be in any position, and in that position, technical requirement is of course there. That is unavoidable. But other than technical, there are so many other requirements on private level, personal level, as well as on professional level. When I say personal and professional level, personal and private level, that is to deal with your colleagues. And sometimes you want to use some colleague who you evaluate that is better than others. So you want to use that person for expansion of his field. It's not question then what's your job description. Job description is only part for some, so you can say you're giving salary and you employed that person for that one. That's the relation different. But if that person you find is much better, is you can say better reliable in comparison to others, you give more weightage to that person, right? It happens to me, it happens to you as well. If though you are appointed in certain position, but you are capable, you are having multitude capabilities, you can say multitude of capabilities, then this point is very powerful. It applies to everybody, not only to your colleagues. So you always keep in mind basis of that person as your support number one. You have many supports. So though that may not be by job description support number one, but for your use that is support number one. So you won't say someone, but you will use that person. Okay, whenever something comes wrong, okay, come. You take this and think on this. Just give me solution of this. Just read this and just come back to me. You'll see what is that. You won't call someone else. It happens sometimes since there are more people who having better designations, but they are not good with you because they just believe in coming to job and going back home in this time. Means they respect time and they work according to time, not according to requirement or not according to, some people have some habit. But again as I said, time is limited. Everybody's time is limited, and that time should not be wasted if you are educated person. Because if you want to waste that time, okay, I go home and take rest. Okay, go home and sleep. This is your right. Nobody is stopping you. If you are so tired, I don't think you are so tired that you need rest, but okay, you go and sleep. Means you are missing your chances to move forward. Don't forget, when you learn something on job other than what your scope of work is, you learn there. You're not being expected of that, but you learn there. That will be useful. That may be useful in future. You may say this way: if you learn present something which is not giving back result of that activity, it doesn't make and it won't waste. Now, for example, I collected that information about something 10-15 years back, or more back. I use that now paper because of computer is had a capability to store that, and now I retrieved that and thought, oh, it's good paper. Okay, language is not, it doesn't matter because I have to speak on that. So this could be used, Now that planning started that time and I forgot that. Now I think it's better to tell. So I disclose. So this means that time knowledge was planned and now it's used. It's used now. Same thing I am habitual of collecting such informations. For example, offshore information. I'm thinking to talk to people about that. And similarly, our constitution, I talk to people about that, because it is information. It's not binding that you learn it. It's information, and you can tell others that you should do this because fact is this. And our duty is to educate public. If government fails to educate, it's duty of every citizen. You have to educate your brothers and sisters just like you do in your home. But in home, because you are not respected, home environment is different. They don't value your skills, no problem. But in extra home, extra life homes like public is extra home, extended home, you can say, extra extended home. We try to teach them. Some may listen, some may not listen. Well, why should I worry about that? If somebody listens, that is my activity. If somebody doesn't listen, that too is same, because it's beyond my control. Even if one person respects that, it's okay. If that person gets it, I done my job, I do my duty, and it's up to them. It's not question of money. There's no money question here. Question is that if you know something and it can be shared by someone else, if that person is good enough, somebody used to tell me long back when I was on a project, this is knowledge, you give others, it's better to donate knowledge. Well, I told him, it's okay, you're right, knowledge should be shared, but other person should be ready to receive that. Otherwise, to whom you speak and nobody listens, you speak to walls. You have to make sure also that what you are sharing with others, they are able to share, they are keen to share that. Otherwise, there is no. If I talk to people and people are sleeping in that room, it's a seminar, I talk and they're sleeping, and they're not listening to me, they're enjoying sleep or watching videos. So my talk is gone to, either on record or just it's formality. What I say, we have to be very clear. I say engineer education is very powerful. It is engineer that can change whole world. Engineer understands risks and how to resolve those risks, how to contain those risks, how to fight back with them. Engineer knows how to keep people safe, and engineer knows how to do better work and how to do suitable activity in a suitable manner. Engineer knows how to stand in sun, how to work physically. Engineer knows about psychology of people. Engineer knows, there are so many capabilities in the engineers which engineers themselves don't know. If you tell them this, yes, it's my job and it's my job, all jobs shall be engineer's job, but doing nothing. First job is doing nothing. Means you accept everything and bypass. That is not engineering. I am sure engineers are not of that criteria. They don't have that conduct. They are better engineers. They understand their responsibility, and that's why I'm saying engineering management is very important. Organizational framework of engineering is very important. Engineer means if you are doing engineering, you are doing world development. Keep in mind, engineer is not only engineer. Engineer is a world developer. Engineer develops world, not your country alone. So engineer is a developer. If engineer does sincerely its work, then it's part of God. It's a representative of God. Because God is sent you for that. If you sincerely work, if you sincerely help society, world, and develop your structures or your projects in a level of responsibility, in a level that these are important, significant for people, for society part, for whom you are working on this project. Job of engineer, you can say, is very, very, very responsible job. It's constructive job. Constructive means rebuilding job and building job. It's job of maintenance. It's job of production. It's job of, you can say, doing further job. Means it's not, of course, one day job. Only job of engineering is that doesn't end in one day. It doesn't even start in one day. It takes time to start. You cannot with confirmation say this project started actually on this date. We write that, but fact remains that it's complete transition that happens. So my my small consideration of this engineering management, I don't know how it comes to me. I just keep on talking, and based on my experience or what I'm watching in public, what I understand myself, management. I use again say and say I myself condemning myself by saying management is organizational structure that works most importantly. So I would suggest everyone better understand, better acquaint, you can say, or be aware that some part of constitution of this country and some part of contract act and some part of, you can say, quality related laws and safety related laws, socially related laws, social related laws are very important for us to know, to realize, because we have to understand contracts, not only understand contract, we have to design contract, and when say design is, it's not wall and columns, but it's engineering, it's social development. Money is one part, but not every part. Money would not come to you in crores and billions, it will come to you to your contract condition. But work you do, contract doesn't define, it defines only your position, and maybe sometimes define your job role, it or maybe in some arrangement with your letter. But more than that, it is you to decide what is your job in addition to what is expected of you. You have to do more than that. Yes, at one is by looking at that people, so here's so many activities. How should I do? I cannot do so many activities. That's also right, but you are not doing all activities in one day. That's impossible. Right? You can do one activity one day. If there are so many activities done in one day, then there should be no mention of that. Just say, okay, such activities in so many weeks or so many days. That's what's required. So keep away this management issue. I move on further for other issues, for technical issues, construction issues and foundation issues and soil issues like that, which is actually, of course, very important one. We continue that one as usual, and life goes on after that. Maybe it's 1 hour now. I have also to share some documents with you. That is, FIDIC as well as soil, and if I share them after closing this video, whenever I try to do, I talk this on the, let us see how it works. It's no live now, let me just, it's this problem of live, it's not, I don't know why this video put off live, twice it is gone now, just in 1 hour period I'm sitting, I started around 3 o'clock, now it's only 4 or 3, 1 hour, and 1 hour second shutdown. And it's sweating immediately, it sweats. Immediately after shutdown it sweats, and then after it comes to normal. It's 27 degrees now, at morning, 3 or 4 o'clock. It's 4 o'clock, then 3 o'clock, and it was 27, 85% humidity, you see. Sometimes it's 91%, 92%. Temperature is okay, but humidity is very, very high, and that doesn't allow comfortable working at this moment. But no problem, we're used to that. Now, just taking some water, I'll start, because I don't want my throat dry, otherwise it starts coughing in because of dry area of throat. And now
So, my dear, we start now. Some talks on soil. Talks on soil from book. And yesterday we were somewhere in properties of soil, and we was talking of sieve analysis, and we have done, I think, specific gravity. We have done, yes, soil test we conducted yesterday. I mean to say on books. Then we were in particle size distribution. Let's start with this now because I ended somewhere there and video was off here. So let us say now if we can move, if we can find this lights back, and this is about particle size distribution. Particle size distribution, I mean to say, if I put it here, I work. No, I think it won't work now. Let us see how it works. Double here. Yeah. Okay. Now, particle size distribution. Knowledge of particles of various sizes. Knowledge of particles of various sizes in soil is essential for identification and classification. This is what it says, that knowledge of particles of various sizes in soil, particles of various sizes in soil, essential for its identification. Means we should know about particle size in soil, whatever size it is, and to identify that soil, we need particle size. What is its classification in soil category? And particle size analysis or mechanical analysis, you can say, particle size analysis or mechanical analysis, name mechanical as well as particle size analysis. It's performed for separation of soil into different size fractions. It says that particle size analysis or mechanical analysis is performed for separation of soil into different size fractions. Sometimes it's also known as grain size analysis. Grain means particle. Each one particle is called grain. Grain size analysis. Now, grain size analysis of a soil is done in two stages, and stage one is sieve analysis. Sieve analysis for coarse grained particles, and hydrometer analysis or pipette call it PIPETTE, pipette analysis for fine grained particles. Pipette or pipette, I just speak anything, it's pipe actually, small pipe. Pipette analysis for fine grained soil, or maybe let us see what it says. Actually, I told you pipe, and maybe some scientists for that. Now, in fact, a soil sample contains both coarse grained and fine grained particles, and hence you can say, and hence both tests are done for complete analysis. So it's better to conduct both tests, that is hydrometer test and sieve analysis. Now let's discuss sieve analysis. What is sieve analysis? SIEV, sieve, and sieve means some particle passes through that and some particles retain in that, depending on size of sieve. There are three standard sieves in world now, normally, which are used, that is British standard sieve, BS sieve, and American ASTM, American Society of Testing Material sieve, and IS, Indian Standard Sieve. Sieve sizes are given in terms of number of openings per inch. Number of openings per inch in BS. In BS, British Standard says number of opening per inch. Per inch means 25.4 mm. Number of openings in that. And ASTM sieve, BS and ASTM sieve. Now, number of openings in particular sieve is equal to what equal to squares of numbers of sieve. For example, if BS sieve is number 60, then you can say that there will be 60 into 60 equal to 3600 squares in one sieve. 60 is 60 into 60 and 600 squares in one sieve, and in 1 inch 3600 squares in 1 square inch of that sieve. 1 square inch of that sieve. In 1 square inch means 1 inch by 1 inch of 250.4 to 255.4 into 25.4 mm, which can contain 3600 squares. And now this square in one sieve number 60, then there will be 3000 squares in 1 square inch of that sieve. In our country, IS sieves are designed by size of aperture in mm. For example, if designation of sieve is 45 micron, size of aperture would be 0.045 millimeter. Line of division between coarse grained and fine grained soil is BSS or ASTM sieve number 200 or 75 micron. Line of division between coarse grained and fine grained sieve is BS or ASTM sieve number 200 or 75 micron. ISC 75 micron ISC. All soil which have been retained above BSC number 200 are sand. All those particles which have passed BSC number 200. Do you ever talk to yourself? No? Talk to yourself. You are your teacher. Appoint yourself your teacher. What's the problem with that? You pay your salary yourself. That's the best way of life. Talk to yourself. No limit in that. You abuse yourself, beat yourself, talk to yourself, learn yourself. What's wrong with that? You mark yourself absent, you mark yourself present, you fail yourself, you pass yourself. What's the problem with that? You certify yourself, you award yourself. See, those people who pay money for award, you are better, you are taking awards yourself. You are awarding, you are a presenter, you are award certified, you are getting certificate yourself. What's the see imagination? I award myself for something. Sometimes enjoy like that. Why to be bored with soil all the time? Soil your mind. My God, these electrical black people, I know they are black mind people. Hidden work, hidden electricity. Alright, now continuing with that, I said that if now line of division between coarse grained and fine grained soil is BS or ASTM sieve number 200 or our is 75 microns IS. Now all soil which have been retained above this sieve number 200 or 75 micron are all those are sand, those particles which have to pass BSU number 200 are either silt or clay. So this line of division, 200 numbers of 0.075, you can say 75 microns means 75 into 10 to power minus 6. So 75 to 0.0000 like that, 75 and above this, that particle written on this are fine coarse, and below this are fine. Say sand is above and below is what? Silt or clay. Hence sieve analysis is done only for particles. Is done only for particles which are retained on BSU on 200. Now hydrometer analysis is wet analysis. So this was dry analysis, and hydrometer is wet analysis. This is done for soils which have passed through C number 200. So hydrometer analysis, weights analysis is done for soils which are passed through above 200. Table, you say list of sieves and their openings for IS sieves. So you got it, 200 or 75 micron, above is sand and below is silt or clay. Now determination of grain size distribution by sieve analysis. Sieve analysis is done in following steps. Now let us see what steps are. You see my fan, this tall paper. You have to laugh yourself. Now let's say, now number one is weigh about 500 gram of soil. 500 grams of soil. Soil should be representative of whole lot, and soil nodules should not remain. In other words, soil must be ground to individual grains. Whatever composition except organic in soil is, what is chemical they define, I don't know. Now what say, then we say 500 grams of soil we collect. Soil should be representative of whole lot, and soil nodules should not remain. In other words, soil must be ground to individual grains. Now arrange, second number is arrange various sieve one over other in order of their apertures. After that, go back to same room. What to do now? After that, what to do? Tell me. Arrange various sieves one or other in order of their aperture size. Largest aperture size should be kept at top, and smallest aperture sieve at bottom. Place a receiver again, I'm losing my hand control. Thank you, light people. Thank you. You are helping me very well. So let's go further. Place a, what it says. You have, according to aperture, I arrange these sieves, tires up and down, and place a receiver at bottom and a cover at top. After arranging sieve, put weight soil sample on top sieve. Fit hole assembly on a sieve shaking machine. Shake sieves for about 10 to 15 minutes. Now, after arranging these sieves, put wet soil sample on top sieve. Fit hole assembly on a sieve shaking machine. Shake sieve for at least 10 to 15 minutes. Respect way of soil retained on each sieve. Record it, not respect, record it. So in the list of record, just an example. Okay, let's talk now. This is now ISU, BSU, ASTM and first is designation and then aperture in ISU and designation and aperture in BSU and ASTM designation and aperture. Now in ISU 40 mm, aperture is 40 mm. Aperture is 40 mm. Aperture is 40 mm. And 10 mm, whatever number of sieve is there, same is size of aperture. It starts from the bottom, that is 75 micron, and over that is 125 micron, 125 by 150 micron, 180 micron, and 212 micron, 250 micron, 300 micron, 425 micron, 500 micron, 710 micron, 1 millimeter, 1.4 millimeter, 2 millimeter, 2.26 millimeter, 2.8 millimeter, 4.75 millimeter, 10 millimeter, 40 millimeter. So from 75 onwards, so 710 micron and then 1 millimeter. So it's like that from top 40 mm, let's say 40 mm from top, I'm talking 40 mm, 10 mm, 4.75 mm, 2.8 mm, 2.6 mm, 2 mm, 1.4 mm, 1 mm, 710 micron, 2.5 micron, then 1.4 710 micron, 50 micron, 425 micron, 300 micron, 250 micron, 212 micron, 180 micron, 150 micron, 125 micron. Then you say BSC, this was for our C. You will see results now, just I'm telling you what sieve sizes are, apertures are. In British, there are several says British and Alstom, I think it's now there's a difference. And British number of which we have 40, they are 1/2 inch in British. So that is 38.1 mm, not exactly what we say. So this is less, sorry, no, I think there's something wrong. 1, 2, yes. We are just comparing with ours, what is ours and what's theirs. So we have our aperture in this and BSC, what BSC is. In this one that we have to understand, it says 38.1, that is, that is 30, we say 440 mm, they say 1.5 inch, and that is 38.1. It's a 38.1, then another one is say 2, 3 over 8 inch, which is next one, means this is 9.348 inch. So then STM, for example, STM is 1.5 inches, 38.1. This is 3/8. which is 9.51, and like that it's going to 0.074 up to there. So I am saying that in BSc and ASTM they are almost similar designation as and molecular and electrical comes through. So that's the seed size. I'll show you the size first of all. You can know what I'm talking is important now. I will show you BSc first. All these three sieve size you can see, and then we come on further onto that. This is your sieve size here. You can see that. All these IS, PS and ASTM sieves with descriptions, designations there in all these three. So you can understand what I'm speaking about. More closely. Further, these are size of sieves. Now calculation of results. The results we got, we have to calculate them now. Calculation of results. Percentage of soil retained on each sieve on basis of total weight of soil. Percentage of soil retained on each sieve on basis of total weight of soil sample can be calculated by following formula. Percentage retained on any sieve, whatever each sieve is, weight of soil retained and weight of total soil mass put in. Now cumulative, in every sieve you see weight of soil retained over weight of total soil, so we can say percentages of soil retained on that. Right. Cumulative percentage on sieve equal to sum of percentage retained on all course sieves, all courses sieves. Now it is its percentage finer than sieve size, that is 100% minus cumulative percent retained. This result can be tabulated in following form, and a graph can be drawn on a semi-logarithmic plot showing cumulative percentage. Find double weight on ordinate and corresponding particle size for sieve number on abscissa on a logarithmic scale, a combined, or you can say, it's difficult something shade here also. So let us move further. Come on, here give light. It's too heavy. It's difficult to work. Things at this 27 degrees, not 32 in the morning. No light to see. Okay, let's go further. So we can say results can be tabulated in following form, and that's shown here. I'll show you this. What form is tabulation of results? It is sieve number, highest sieve, weight of soil retained on each sieve, percentage of soil retained on each sieve, and cumulative percentage and percentage finer than that. This is a format, and it is total soil is 500 gram, and tabulation is here. So I show you this before going further. This is easy. It's not difficult. In fact, just a tabulation, simple calculation of that, This tabulation is this, you can say. This is tabulation. You can see these columns. See the size, and these columns are here. So you can say what is finer than that. Now this was dry analysis, you may say, or sieve analysis, and now we are going to wet analysis. Wet. What is wet analysis? Now we are going to, same as we said before, that hydrometric analysis and pipette. In this there is some Stokes law that we have to go through. Stokes law which is long explanation here, and this hydrometer analysis we are talking of, then hydrometer correction and then it's a long one, and then you can say various corrections in that, and then in pipette itself, and then there is, you may say, this further classification, and letterbox limits, of course, are there, of course, letterbox limits. Of course, let's go one by one. So wet analysis can be done either by means of hydrometer or by pipette, means of pipette analysis. All soil passing through BSC number 200, ISC number 75 microns, and it's either silt or clay, and their size can be determined only by wet analysis. Now Stokes law, it's giving Stokes law. Hydrometer pipe analysis, paper analysis based on Stokes law, S-T-O-K is Stokes law. Stokes law is based on principle that spheres of different sizes, global fall through a liquid at different rate velocities. Hence grains of soil suspended in a liquid water, or can say shall settle down at bottom, and its velocity depend upon sharp shapes will settle down at bottom, and its velocity will depend upon shape, weight, and size of grain. If all other factors are same, in wet analysis, it's assumed that soil grains are perfectly spherical. In wet analysis, it is assumed that velocity fall will depend upon shape, weight, and size of grains if all other factors remain same. If wet analysis is assumed that soil grains are perfectly spherical, they assume that in this wet analysis, and specific gravity is same, so coarse particles will settle more quickly than finer particles. If a single sphere is allowed to fall in an infinite liquid medium freely, says that. Let's do a little more because it's very hot and I have to see all my stomach and my waist are sweating. If a single sphere is allowed to fall in an infinite liquid, that is medium and liquid medium, what is saying is medium freely without interference, its velocity will first increase under action of gravity, but in a few seconds it shall attain a constant velocity which is to maintain indefinitely unless boundary conditions are altered. Such constant velocity is known as terminal velocity. If V is terminal velocity of sinking of a spherical particle, it can be given following equation. Let us see what's that equation. This equation last velocity is equal to weight of solid or soil. Weight of soil means unit weight of soil minus unit weight of water. If you drag both and divide by 18 eta and multiply by d square, so it is gamma s minus gamma w over 18 eta and d square. V is equal to terminal velocity in centimeter per second. Gamma w is unit weight of particles in gram per cc, and I am video. For this, I'm making this video right. Rest of the medium. So V is terminal velocity, and that's in centimeter per second. Gamma s is unit weight of particles in gram per cc. Gamma w is equal to unit weight of liquid, that's water, in gram per cc. Eta is equal to viscosity of water. Eta gram in gram section, gram second per centimeter square, and d is equal to diameter of spherical particle in centimeters. So that is V is equal to terminal velocity. This is terminal velocity. Now again formula is V is equal to gamma s minus gamma w over 18 eta d square. Now, little what to do. As my shirt is getting wet now. As normally water is used as liquid, hence gamma w is equal to unity, and CGS unit gamma is equal to specific gravity equal to G. Substituting these values in equation, we get V is equal to, that is you can say gamma w is 1, and so this is 1 over 18 is out, d over 10 into g minus 1 over n, and that is g minus 1 over 1800 eta d square. That is, you can say, in terms of g, and where d has been expressed in millimeters, d is equal to under root 1800 eta of g minus 1 under root c. If soil grain of diameter d mm falls through the height h, okay, alright, now
I am feeling it drowsy because no air. Excessive air is also bad, so we can now say this formula reverse is equal to G minus 1 over 1800 eta d square, where d has been expressed in millimeters. So d is equal to eta. Eta means 1800 is up, eta over G minus 1, and now d is equal to under root 1800 we'll go to where d has been expressed in millimeter, so d is equal to 1800 eta v over g minus 1 under root. If a soil grain of diameter d falls through a height h and t minute, alright, let's do something instead here. If soil grain of diameter d falls through height h centimeter in t minute, what we can, so then v is equal to h over 60, h over 60, that's in 1 hour. I think the height h in t minutes, so h over 60 t 60 minutes, so centimeter per second. Height is divided by 60 t per second. Now substituting values of v in other equation, value of d would be 1800 eta over g minus 1 h over 60 t, and 60 and 1800 relation is 30, so 30 eta over g minus 1 under root to h over t under root. So when viscosity of detailed how can I work? Viscosity eta of distilled water at 20 degrees Celsius is 0.01 poise. You know viscosity is poise. Let me now see something else. I'm part of the other window. Okay, so we got eta is this, well, it is eta is equal to 0.01 over 980 into 10 to the power minus 5 g is minus second per centimeter square, this value of eta, and that is, eta is viscosity of water in viscosity of water in gram second per centimeter square. Assuming an average volume of G is equal to 2.67, value of V can be found in this equation. V is equal to 2.67 into 980
So ultimately V is equal to 91 d square. That answer is there. Average velocity G is equal to 2.67. Value of V can be found from equation, and that's V is equal to 2.61 minus 1 over 1800 into 0.01 into 980 d square, and this is 91 d square. Based on this equation, for velocity V, velocity time of settlement of particles of various diameter through a height of 10 centimeter would be as follows. In diameter 0.06 time 0.5 minutes is giving us time takes. Is also interesting one. When diameter in mm is 0.06, so time is 0.5 minutes, and it's 0.06 times 55 minutes, 0.002 so to find this is 6:4:52. So around 5 already I'm reaching. Just wasting time today. Yesterday also time wasted. So when it is 0.006, and its size diameter is 0.06 now, which was 0.5 minutes it took, and 10 of 10 centimeter. It's 0.006, this 50.9, and let's divide by 0.002, 7 hours 38 minutes. 0.002, yes. And it says 0.002 7 hours 38 minutes and 0.001 30 hours 32 minutes. So size is smaller size, it takes more time. Let us see this about. You see this? I'll show you this here. Let us see first of all Stokes law. Sorry, the Stokes. Yeah, holding is very problem. See analysis here I show to you, and this is this derivation of formula, and this time I am talking to you. This time this is formula here, 91 d square, that is V 91 d square, and this based on that you are getting this. And in the next page I show here, and that is this is here. You can see this time. And now up it. Limitation of Stokes law while performing sedimentation analysis. Limitation of Stokes law while performing sedimentation analysis. Stokes law has many limitations, we know that, while using it for sedimentation analysis. It's applicable to spherical particles, and that's between 0.20 0.2 mm to 0.002 mm. You can say spherical is clay particles in diameter. So now falling freely through water and having specific gravity very nearly same as that of soil grains. This is not fully satisfied, and hence a few simplifications assumptions are really made. Now, soil particles are normally flaky or needle-like, and they are never perfect sphere. Hence, concept of equivalent diameter d has been accepted. A soil particle shall have an equivalent diameter d if it is the same velocity of fall as a sphere of same unit weight. Same unit weight and diameter d. Thus we get equivalent diameter of soil particles from this test and not actual size. I think I should then go right now. This is one point. This is equivalent diameter. Upper limit of particle size for this is 0.2 mm, because beyond this size liquid tends to develop turbulent motion. So further going on to this, और दे दो यार लाइट तो तंग कर रहा है डाल पता नहीं क्या सो जाते हैं. I think they sleep to nonsense idiots, you know, this bloody hell smart city. Now Stokes law is valid for spheres which fall freely without interference in an indefinite liquid medium. Sedimentation analysis is always performed in a 1000 cc glass jar. Hence, medium of liquid does not extend infinite. So it's done in 1000 cc jar. Medium if liquid doesn't extend infinite, there is chance of interference among falling particles due to restricted space and presence of glass walls, and hence fall of particle is not free. However, as only 50 gram of soil are mixed in 100 cc, you know, 100 cc container. However, only 50 gram of soil is mixed in 1000 cc container. So it is made to assume that interference is interference free. It's assumed that interference due to container is negligible. Means so specific gravity of all soils grains are not same in reality due to variation in sizes and mineral constituent. It's difficult, you know. Itching. Itching on me. The specific gravity of all soil grains are not same in reality due to variation in sizes and mineral constituents. But it's assumed that variation in sizes, variation in specific gravities of particles less than 0.075 mm size is not of much significance, and average value of specific gravity will suffice for all particles. Practical purpose, for purpose, they accept everything otherwise. You see, this is what the thing is. They say it's not good, then says accept. No problem. This means it is flexible. Means with this concentration, we never studied in our education just for passing, but now we have to understand. They say this is not good, this is not good, this is limited. That's okay, we accept this because this is marginal. So engineering is that. Science is that, engineering is that. That's why I say assume, and say okay, we condemn it or we don't condemn it. This is what it is. So not much significance. So if particle size 1, we have no problem, and so by assume that variation in specific gravities of particle size, particle less than 0.0% is not so much significance, and average value of specific gravity will suffice for all practical purposes. Now soil particles smaller than 0.05 mm, smaller than 0.0575 mm carry surface electric charge, and tend to form flocks because of surface electric charges. Formation of flocks must be checked, otherwise one will get diameter of flock size and not particle size. A formation of flock is prevented by adding deflocculating agent. These are a number of deflocculating agents which are used for this purpose, such as sodium silicate, Na3, sodium silicate, sodium oxalate, and sodium hexametaphosphate. So I think sodium polymetaphosphate. These are 4 sodium silicate is a deflocking agent, sodium silicate, and sodium oxalate, and sodium hexametaphosphate, and sodium polymetaphosphate, hexameta and polymeta, tannic acid group, chemical, etc. Sodium hexametaphosphate is most effective of all such chemicals and is very suitably dispersing agent. Sodium hexametaphosphate, sodium hexametaphosphate, hexa 6 metaphosphate is most effective of all chemical, and this is very suitable. Now a few minerals present in soil, you tend to break in water after mixing. Montmorillonite mineral particles and illite mineral particles break down into smaller ones when stirred into suspension in water. This subdivision makes it difficult to obtain correct size by hydrometry method. Now I think meanwhile I go for 1 minute to roof for my crows because there's no light. I'll be back in 1 minute, just a moment. Okay. You don't mind. But I will sit here in the lights also. I'll take 8 minutes. I'll take my shirt also for 2 minutes so that I can sweep it off. See, my shirt is wet. Oh my god, it's wet. I'll take another shirt. Better keep it here. My shirt was wet. I changed it now better. Okay. Today still no light. Crumbling position. These people don't understand. Okay, Jazz, let's do now. Let's move. Well, whatever the situation we have to do. There's no way out other than this. Okay, I was talking about sodium hexametaphosphate, which says most effective of all, and this is deflocculating agent now, and this says most effective and chemicals, and is very suitable dispersing agent. Now, if minerals present in soil jar which tend to break in water after mixing, and that's montmorillonite mineral particles and elite mineral particles break down into small ones when stirred into suspension in water. This subdivision makes it difficult to obtain correct size of hydrometer method. So this is a restriction. A few minerals present which are montmorillonite mineral which break in water after mixing, and that's montmorillonite mineral particles and elite mineral particles break down into small ones when stirred into suspension in water. This subdivision makes it difficult to obtain correct size by hydrometer method. Now, hydrometer analysis. Let's see how to do that. This was a theory which we discussed Stokes law so far. We discussed this, which says that this is based on this diameter. You have bigger diameter time time of falling is in 10 seconds, time of falling in 10 centimeter is small and less, and when diameter is reduced in time where it says for 0.06 mm diameters, 0.5 minutes, half minute, and when diameter is 10 times or less than that, you can say, and it goes to 0.062, not 10 times, I think, yes, 10 times, yes, 0.006, and it's 50.9 minutes, so it goes from 0.5 minutes to 50.9 minutes, which is 100 times, half minute and 60 minutes, 50.9 is 50 minutes. I would like to, so then it is 0.002 further down, and this is 7 hours 38 minutes, means this gone from now 1 hour 15 minutes to 7 hours 38 minutes, and it's 0.002, and it's then 0.001 is 30 hours 32 minutes. So you see from 0.006 to 0.001, it varies from half a minute to 30 hours 32 minutes, means additional 30 hours. That's what is that. So there's a limitations which we explained already. These limitations are diameters should not be allowed to be flocculated, and this should be spherical, but actually they are not spherical. These are variations, but we can assume them spherical, and we can consider this diameter of sphere as equivalent diameter, an exact one. That verse says, and also says that size of container is only 1000 cc, and which is limited size, not free size. We say they're free falling. It's not free falling. So you can say particle size is 0.002 mm from 0.02 m. So you can say lower limit of particle size 0 mm. Particles smaller than this diameter are affected in settlement due to Brownian moment. Let's say this point, upper limit of particle size for this is 0.2 mm, because beyond this size liquid tends to develop turbulent motion at boundaries of particle. Beyond this size, that's 0.2 mm. Beyond this means above this, liquid tends to develop turbulent motion at boundaries of particles. Lower limit of particle size is 0.0002 mm. Particles smaller than 0.0002 mm are affected in settlement due to Brownian moment, and Stokes law is valid for spherical particles, which means fall should be falling free without any interference in infinite liquid medium. Sedimentation analysis is always performed in 1000 cc glass jar. Hence, medium liquid does not extend infinitely. There is a chance of interference among falling particles due to restricted space and presence of glass walls, and hence fall of particle is not free. However, only 50 gram of soil is mixed with this container volume, hence it's assumed that interference due to container is limited, and the specificity of soil grains are not same in reality due to variation in sizes and mineral constituents, but assume that it's same and in specific gravities of particle size less than 0.075 mm, size not of much significance, an average value of specific gravity shall suffice for all practical purposes. That's what they assume. Soil particles smaller than 0.075 mm carry surface electrical charges and tend to form flocks, and formations of flocks must be checked. Otherwise, one shall get diameter of flock, not size of particle. A formation of flock is prevented by adding deflocculating agent, and which agents are, you can say, one of these, that is sodium silicate, sodium oxalate, sodium hexametaphosphate, sodium polymetaphosphate, tannic acid, group chemicals, etc. Sodium hexametaphosphate. Sodium hexametaphosphate is the most effective of all these chemicals and is very suitably used as dispersing agent. Now, a few minerals present in soil tend to break in water after mixing, and Mount Morellonite particles, mineral particles, and elite mineral particles break down into small ones when stirred into suspension in water, and this subdivision makes it difficult to obtain correct size by hydrometer method. Now we go to hydrometer analysis. Hydrometer analysis, let's talk with test is here. What it says, steps are done while doing experiment. These steps are by soil hydrometer. Known hydrometer measures a specific gravity of liquid. Hydrometer measures a specific gravity of liquid. In this case, hydrometer measures specific gravity of soil suspension. Soil suspension. Hydrometer measures of specific gravity of soil suspension. Hydrometer measures suspension of variable density, thereby making it possible to determine grain size. Now let's see how to do that. Take 50 gram of soil, retain on pan after it has passed through ISU 75 micron, DSC number 200. Add some deflocculating agent to it, say about 1 gram, and make it paste off, adding distilled water to it. Now transfer whole paste to a high speed stirrer with not less than 5000 revolutions per minute, and fitted with wire baffles inside cup, and add some more water in cup and stir it thoroughly so that soil is broken down into its individual particles. Stirring should be done for about 10 to 15 minutes. Now fill a graduated jar with distilled water while mixing soil and water. Use this jar of water for storing hydrometer in between readings. After mixing, wash the cup and pour whole suspension into a graduated cylinder. Add enough distilled water to bring level to 1000 cc mark. Mix soil and water in the graduated jar by placing palm of hand over open end and turning graduated jar upside down and back. When jar is upside down, be sure that no soil is stuck to bottom of jar. Shake jar for about 30 seconds and then keep graduated jar on table. Insert hydrometer in suspension. Insert hydrometer in suspension of soil and water immediately and stopwatch. Insertion of hydrometer in jar must be done correctly. That is, hold the hydrometer by stem carefully with both hands and lower it slowly to depth at which if it floats. For process of insertion should take about 5 seconds. Properly inserted hydrometer shall not bob or rotate. Now take hydrometer readings at total elapsed time of 1/4, 1/2, 1, 2, 5, 10, 20, 40, 80 minutes, etc. You can say double than previous one. First is 1/4,
then half, which is now double, then 1, which is double, 2, double, 4, in place of 4 is 5, so 5, and then double 10, then double 20, double 40, double 80 minutes, like this. So you can understand that you may keep still as double. Approximately doubling previous time, first 4 reading, that is up to 2 minutes, should be taken without removing hydrometer. Now subsequent readings should be taken after removing hydrometer from suspension, and then putting same at right moment. Hydrometer must be kept in jar of distilled water. Such time each time after taking reading before each insertion of hydrometer, dry and stain. Dehydration, well, sweating, well, because my eyes are getting chilled now. I'm finding difficulty in breathing. When I find difficulty in breathing, I drowse, Alright then, now say, so we have to take these readings, and now take, what is saying, there was, yes. Hydrometer must be kept in jar of distilled water each time after taking reading and before each insertion of hydrometer dry stem. Take temperature readings off and on while performing experiment. Keep top of jar containing soil suspension covered to take the top of jar containing soil suspension covered to retard evaporation and to prevent falling of dust, etc. from atmosphere. As soil suspension is opaque, take reading at top of meniscus, soil suspension, and take reading at top of meniscus and apply meniscus correction. Obtain height of meniscus, rise of pure distilled water on stem of hydrometer for doing meniscus correction. This, as soil suspension is opaque, hence try reading, take reading at top of meniscus and apply meniscus correction. Obtain height of meniscus, rise of pure distilled water on stem of hydrometer for doing meniscus correction. Continue taking readings of soil suspension by means of hydrometer till hydrometer approximately needs around 1.001 or until readings have been obtained at elapsed time large enough to give minimum soil particles diameter desired. Continue taking readings of soil suspension by means of hydrometer till hydrometer approximately reads around 1.001 or until readings here have been obtained at elapsed time large enough to give minimum soil particle diameter desired. Now hydrometer corrections, reading obtained from hydrometer need a number of corrections before
calculations can be done. Following corrections are normally done. Number one is hydrometer immersion correction, and other one is meniscus correction, and then dispersing agent correction, temperature correction. These are corrections required. These are corrections required. Then I think corrections is long one. Already how many hours? 2 hours, 20 minutes. I think we do this later, because hydrometer correction is there, and then there's also meniscus correction is there, meniscus correction, then dispersing agent correction, then temperature correction, and then we have in diameter explanation and grains, and then pipette analysis, and then we have metalworks limits. So now this is one part. I think we hold it here. It's very, it needs some understanding. I just go to some other activities of engineering now for change, some change. Let's do it differently. I now move on to my engineering activities, which is also very, very important from every point of view. Let us say this is that. Take it there. I was talking that day, this book, which I show you again, because this book is also very important for me, for everybody who's maybe you are not interested in book. I don't mind. It's up to you. You can write your book, publish it. You are welcome for that. I don't mind that. Everybody has a right. In this book, this book I can show you. First of all, I'll keep here again this, because this is pages wise now over, and this is the book. I'm not asking you to buy this book. No need of buying. Just informing you about this book. This was published in '96, and this title is Civil Engineering Building Practice. This is not very selling book, but okay, selling or not selling, these are certain important issues in this. And you CBS publisher is responsible for this. You contact or don't contact, that's up to you. That's not my problem. My problem is not that. You want to think of this or don't think of this is your problem. I don't worry about that. Yes. Now, in this book, I had told you before, I have gone through this, and there are various, I explained to you that day, that I remind you what I explained to you. I explained that day in activities, building activities, building construction projects, and particularly smaller or medium-sized projects, what happens, even for bigger size, you cannot see that. In this case, according to conventional standards, old standards, we had, that is what site agent or project manager involved, as I said, engineer is involved, resident engineer is involved, and that is on behalf of the employer. Means employer is one party on contract, and contractor is another party on contract, as well as these two parties are on contract, while these are main stakeholders, but
There are other people also who are supportive stakeholders like engineer, resident engineer, and organization of engineer, which is not formally linked contractually to owner or to contractor. This is independent setup which is responsible for design and supervision. Not necessarily one engineer is responsible for both. There can be separate one for design and separate one for project execution or implementation or prosecution. That engineer is whether employed by employer or is contracted by employer. That's another contract. That contract has nothing to do with this contract which exists between owner and contractor. There's nothing to do with this as far as relation between all owner and contractor with engineer and resident engineers are concerned. You know difference of engineer and engineer, what difference is? I've explained many times, and in brief I can remind that engineer is responsible for designs, and if engineer is for separate engineer for execution, and that engineer has to understand design first, not exactly in depth what is required. And that may be, can say, resident engineer works on site for supervision purpose and for monitoring purpose, where the engineer is too busy because engineer is responsible for many projects, and so that person has to depend on our side. Now I say that employer is responsible for financing project and managing project, organizing project, right? Promoting project, you can say. While contractor is responsible for doing works on site according to data, technical data, contextual data provided to contractor by constructor and by you can say owner of this house. Now come on, we go further, and that is engineer is there completely responsible for budget and supervision and technicalities, designs, whereas contractor is responsible for construction only and according to red book. And if it's not that type, it wants EPC, then according to silver, and EPC means many belongings go to distance, go to other places. We have to see ourselves in how we manage that. And that point is contractor remains on site directly or through site agent or project site. Now there are certain duties among these three. Duty of engineer is that engineer must ensure that coming time is, let's say, standard one or one limited one. Time is not unlimited. Therefore, whatever is done on site must be recorded. Every act is recorded. Every proceeding is recorded, and that's where we have to see. Now I talked in this behalf that day about a list of documents that are used or produced during work of construction. These documents are very limited here, not explaining all, but just say which cannot be dispensed with. In fact, we cannot say no, these are not required. For example, maintaining site diary, daily report submittals, material submittals, shop and working branch submittals, weekly programs,
quarterly programs, complete programs, revised programs, and monthly progress reports, monthly technical and coordination meeting, monthly technical and coordination meeting internal for contractors, general meetings, special and instant meetings, site memorandums, site instructions, engineers instructions, evaluations for completed works. Then we go on to, you can say, engineer's instruction and valuation for completed works, subcontractors valuations, reflected ceiling plans, as-built record drawings, and request for inspection, test results, test reports, concrete core reports, material test reports, material status schedules, drawings status schedules, complete coordinations and liaison related to allied services, departments, local bodies, and many more. These are only limited. We talked of this regarding meetings, up to meetings we discussed. General meetings we discussed, and spatial and technical meetings, and site memorandum, site instructions, engineer's instructions, valuations, all that we did. Now, some of them are really, I'm not talking of coordination movement. Coordination is very important, that has to be done. But a few, selects of that I will like to discuss here, not everything. Let us say, for example, site diary. Site diary, what actually we have to write in that. I have given many talks also. I'm just giving a refreshing talk of that. What are important material, what are important information required in the site diary? We have to write the standard performer of site diary is that date is there, and name of work is there, and budget provision if is there, and contract reference is there. These are important information because one should know which contract it is. There is the contract reference number you have to write, better write, and if name of job is there, of course, and you can write that, and date is in the hand, so every day you enter here. And if you can enter more information, fine. And maybe you can write name of engineer or resident here, if those stuff they are available. If it is done, it doesn't matter, You can write your name, your contract also. Contract is here, of course, you are there, but if you want name of your company, you may write it. There's no problem here. And in this what division is, head description is in form of, there is a serial number, then there's a description, and this is description what you will do, and then there is for contractor or contract agent, or by engineer, and both are there in this division. Both are there, means both have to enter whatever information requires to enter in this, either contractor or consultants or engineer, they both can enter in this. So what's that now? It's work plan, we start like that. Work plan, activities completed, activities started, manpower of the workforce, main contractor, manpower of workforce, subcontractor, daily temperature, visitors to site, test samples, activities carried out, main contract, subcontract, accidents, inspection, material arrived, machines arrived, total machines on site. You got it? And when say work plan means what? Work plan, today we plan this, means work plan, this is planned maybe today, maybe yesterday, tomorrow. We plan something which cannot be completed in a day, it continues. So it's a work plan, this is proposal of work, we may do this. And which activities are completed till yesterday, that we had to write yesterday, means we planned this and this is completed. Like that, you have to give indication, because the person, he's coming to you, that person knows what you did yesterday. So no need of writing full, just this we did yesterday. So activities completed, then activities started. We are going to start activities out of the plan. Now those you planned, work planned, are you going to start that, or you are going to start is different? This means you are going to start write activities that started, means according to plan it is, or it's varied. This shall be clear. Then you have the work power, workforce, manpower, workforce, main contractor, and same for subcontractor. This is your rights class wise. You can say masons how many, carpenters how many, drivers how many, operators how many, and manual workers, skilled workers how many, and like that you can write about yourself, your organization, as well as your subcontractors organizations. You have this daily report you will get, means it's not imagination, you will get this report. Of course this activity is completed, activity is planned, that you have to write, nobody will feedback. Then activity started also you know, and you can ask your subcontractor what you are doing today, what you did, what you are going to start. Then you can say that is there. Or if you cannot talk to your subcontractor because you are far away, then you can ask your or their site engineers what you are going to do this. That information can come in here. If detailed statistics of manpower, workforce also can come in here. And then daily temperatures means it's nothing very big. You just keep some person temperature, humidity controls. And yeah, just this is temperature today and this temperature today, so that it's recorded. Means okay, that's the main purpose. Then after all is this, visits to site, visitor to site. Site is big one. It's a place where people are working, and who visited site, you can write this person visited site. Even your senior visit sites, or your someone else on a even client or owner visit site, or whosoever visit site, that should be reflected here for purpose of record, for purpose of investigation for done. And then test samples means what are test samples you get sent for laboratory, and what is related to that one. We have pass or failed, for example, cube results and soil testing results and block testing results. All this should be referred here and should be attached, copies attached with that report. Or you may submit separately also, that's also not big deal, but the report should clearly indicate what we are doing. And then it is activities carried out to main contract, subcontract, means current activities we are working on. Working on still means not started, continuing activities, because every activity continues for a couple of days. You cannot say starting to finish today on big projects. That's complete overlap, and that is just one. Then that it is accidents. If some accidents mishap, you have to inform relevant bodies. You have to inform, when you take action, you have to send person to the hospital, you take care of that as project manager. Then you can say complete welfare should be done, human relations should be given more weightage than money, and you have to care for your people. That's what says that inspections, you can say whatever inspection, whatever discipline, what inspection, but we give reference to that, that's enough. Or you full URL, can you use URL and give URL, no problem, otherwise, and you can sit down that and go to material arrived. What a material arrives there, you should know that, we should either just you have to write material, concrete is like RMC, you can write RMC arrived, sand arrived, dust arrived, aggregate arrived, or those windows frame arrived, or something else arrived. Whatever has come to site, that must be noted there. Then we can see there is that that's about today. Yes, what actually our people are doing, either absent state or they go. So, and then you can say how many machines arrived, material arrived, machines arrived, total machines on site. So all this we have to mention, and if something else you want to mention, you are free to mention that. If you want to send some official message or through this diary, you can send it, and also you can put site diary in certain that's sole purpose of site diary. And this was individual basis, but we are asked to do like this. I think you don't need more explanation, just understand. I mean, there's no simple format is there, so it doesn't, even if you want to say I show you, it's not big deal. I can show you this format as well, that list which I talk to you, both I will show you, there's no big deal in that. You can say that this is that list, what I was talking about. this list of activities, side diary list, and this is side diary, you may say. This is side diary here. Now, let's say now, I'm not going to explain what's written already there, no need of explanation. And also now material submittals, we talked what are material submittals. This very important contractual part and scope of your part. So what submittal form is, means it's very easy. You have to write the same name of client, owner and project name and engineer, and then its contract reference number, name of work, reference to BOQ item, reference to specs or drawings, the name of manufacturer, technical literature sample, remark delivery, signature with seal of contractor, and that is for the sending there and for both. This is also simple, you can say simple format of this is simple format of this and symmetrical simple. Notice submitting here. These are down portion just for that. Now we're going to further shop drawing etc. we are going to now there is a submittal of yes, it is shop drawing here. Now what it says also it's almost same this submission as we discussed, means here says means what form actually I am just giving you. Honor and engineer, now name of contractor work and reference to drawings, reference to specifications, reference to contract drawing, and then actions. You can see this yourself, not a big deal here also. So this is material submittal. Now we go forward and then there's another one, that is weekly program. We can show weekly program also like this, just A4 size people you can prepare and give them, no need of going to computer and spending time on that, because this is just information, even handwritten will work. So this is manual, weekly report will be given to them. Then you can say, I'm just indicating, I'm not showing you MEMS project or this is a quality program, quarterly program, this is 3 months, so you can say, look ahead 3 months, you can say this is a quarterly program. This means and then you go to, for example, one building program, you can say like this one building program, and there are so many activities. I'll show you activities I'll link because I cannot read directly. It's, this is just the format I'm showing you here, and in this format what it's saying is important. What it's saying, just that time I used to just few, it is not all. It's in activity column, take over and mobilize. Take over site and mobilize, survey and excavation, then blinding, and foundations, backfill plus ground floor, ground floor columns, first floor slabs, first floor, second floor slab, second floor columns and second floor slab, electrical first fix, plumbing first fix, engineering first fix, block work, plastering, rendering, roofing, doors and windows. Nice. So first fix, electrical first fix, plumbing first fix, engineering first fix, and this is
between is this fix and that fix. So, and 12 is engineering first floor. So it says whereas yes, columns, ground floor to first floor, first floor slab, first floor to second floor columns, and second floor slab, then electrical first fix, electrical, plumbing first fix, engineering first fix, and lock work plaster. Then there are further engineering first fix, block work, plastering, rendering, okay. Slip from my hand. Slip from my hand. It's heavy book. It's heavy actually. It's more than 1,000 pages or around 1,000 pages. So I think how many pages are there? Yes, more than I think 500 pages. Say it's more than 600 pages. So I will say it. So these are activities I showed to you. What's that? Yeah, I say it. I was just reading, I fell, and so plastering, rendering, roofing, door, windows and woodworks, metalworks, staircase, flooring, electrical second, plumbing second, mechanical second, testing and commissioning, snacks and handover. This is just like that I showed to you. Again I show you for reference. Just you prepare yourself, you can see yourself. You should know these are very minor activities. You can add whatever activities are there. Now go further, on this, and you will find. I'm interested in. Now we are going to talk about monthly progress report, etc. That is, you can say, that's also very important, and it is. Now there's a question here. Let us see what I wrote here. No, allocation of percentages to a particular activity, some personal thought, some personal thought. Everything computer does, but thought computer cannot give you. It can give you intelligence, but it can give you thought. Mathematically, it's easy to say to divide by 100 or by the number of activities in chart a figure of 100, but an intelligent agent should consider a number of factors. Say some activities which are directly done on site shall consume more time, while others that may not be directly in supervision, directly in his supervision, or supplied in completed form to the fix only, shall definitely consume more time. What I mean to say? What I mean to say here is, see, we say cost-wise, you say calculations. Now question is, we consider say RCC project. That project has not only RCC but many other items. RCC is one of them, and many items in RCC, that's true. That's done that way. But let's say if you take time-wise, if you consider what is the project we do? We do RCC projects. My town is wet. Let me change it. Here somewhere. There are many items on site, on project, and items are time consuming
and items are not time consuming. If we consider time from site criteria, not from project criteria, we have criteria. One criteria is site criteria, means you have to do everything on site. Another criteria is you have just to procure that item and install on site after inspection approval. For example, doors and windows are done in carpentry shop somewhere in market, and you have to just fix their subframes. You have to fix their subframes only on site, and subframes you have to manufacture, and framing that 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 subcontractor or from whom you are buying would supply. It applies to aluminum as well. Aluminum fabricator will give you aluminum framing and doors, but subframing you have to do. So these items like aluminum doors and windows, and golden doors, or you may say electrical and mechanical products, and certain appliances or certain items. For example, there are so many items, of course this is added to contracts. All this would be manufactured somewhere else off site, it's not on site. But when we are site, we just watching, just taking care of progress. But we just take a progress which is done on site, we are not considering those which are done off sites. Means if you take into contract, that subcontract also, which is a part of our contract. If somebody asks me the question, what is the status of this? I have no clue until I say yes. That point we must consider. Means we have to see valuation is done two ways. One is done time wise, and one is done cost wise. Cost wise is for payment purpose, but when we are saying we are making program for activities control and project to be delivered in time, there is little difference in approach. One is direct, to just take cost and say cost wise this is done. That's also fact. Fact is that, but question is cost wise. Now you are saying if you take power of total man work on your side, suppose they are working 1,000 to 2,000 people. There are so many items, for example, air conditioning items, HVAC items, chillers, package units, electrical bulbs, electrical transformers, switch gears, and ducting is done on site. They even done in the workshop and bring to site. They just install that. Similarly, wiring is done on site. Wiring within all surface horizontal, that's done on site. And also, what we have to do, people call me, what we have done, sir, is nothing. It's not there in this understanding. They are doing that. So what I'm saying is, when we make a schedule for actual schedule, we have to keep this in mind, that activities which we are showing. So what I say, when you are getting RFC on site, you prepare for shutters, you prepare for formwork, for supporting system, or still cutting and bending, and whatever you do, when you work on a slab for 2 days, 3 days, Now this time factor which I am taking, you start completing, it takes a lot of time, because at that time you are only doing complete work and not even block work you started, and you are not started some other activity, and your structure is moving, and more than 50% time, sometimes 60 or 70% time, exclusively structure items are. Okay, and when you are getting the other items, all items are imported from, so those guys just enough quantities. Let's say, so this is what I mean to say. You have to read yourself. So now we say we understand what we mean to say means I'm not talking about cost, I'm talking about time, because time is more important to be managed. If we can manage time, we can organize time, we can use time. That part is best one. This will be the greatest. So concrete is very big item on such projects. Concrete, boundary wall, and landscape, all these are actually items, and roofing in addition to that, flooring, all these site oriented activities. So these you have to be busy with them or till even 70% time on project. And then you go back to those activities which are off site. Those are also time consuming, but there's a compulsion that these names are considered. So you have to decide how much time you want to do in that activity. That's the best way of planning. You fix one time for this is my structural time. I do this one and find out how many workers are required on that, and then you flow that with all this. I think that's the solve. Now you see everything. So these points which I am telling you is from time consumption point of view, while valuation is done from cost view point of view. Cost view and time charts are extremely different. So that was the purpose of all this noting I made here on this. Let's go, because before I browse and then this program we have to follow. All these points you have to understand. Only then we send, and the weightage percentage to particular activity. So let us say if activity wise we consider it takes, let us say, 60 to 70%. Then we have to apply weightage of that. Then we go to this is particular activity. Now, meetings and talking of something. What is progress report? What is monthly technical meeting, coordination meeting, contract meeting? Now, what are these meetings conducted with? Generally, that's also a point of very serious consideration. You have to not just meetings. I relax also. Ah. Now, engineer or resident engineer conducts this meeting. Generally, resident engineer is very busy person, very many projects. So, this is generally done in two phases. One is technical and contract coordination meeting. I think a few days before, let's say 1 week before that meeting, and then it is a contract meeting or we say progress review meeting, because technical meeting is also a part of progress review meeting. That's what is done. So what I have written that, let me read for you, because it says contract meeting involves technical and coordination work done for project activities, progress achieved, materials arrived at site, materials ordered, expected time of arrival, and possible delay, valuation, payments, quality controls of scope as any other unit think so. So, what I say about materials means project activities, progress achieved, materials arrived at site, materials ordered, expected time of arrival, this is called ETA, and possible delays, valuations, payment, quality controls, or whatever other kind of assistance required by contractor, alterations and proposals. In fact, generally 1 week ahead of contract meeting, resident engineer likes to hold that meeting as a part of contract meeting, possibly to avoid presence of every party, every stakeholder, and also to reduce longevity of longevity. So practically, technical and coordination meeting needs presence of all these electrical subcontractor, engineering subcontractor, plumbing and drainage subcontractor, or other services subcontractor, or related concerned approved engineers of discipline. In case the main contractor carries out disciplines self and contractor's agent and from a resident engineer site, representative was done by electrical, mechanical, plumbing engineer as well as project coordinator by. Alright, now what to do with this now? With this just indication, I'm telling you how it's done. I can already explain you last. So on residential side, representation is done by electrical, mechanical, etc. Now detail of materials, some materials, shop drawings, some materials, the approvals are status schedules, pending submissions and possible dates for same materials related to main contractor, building works, presence of manpower, presence of workforce, works of fabrication, carried out remedial works, trades, programs, and relation of those programs to main approved programs. Progress achieved and comparisons received by So what is this? Details of materials submitted, shop drawings submitted, their approvals of status, schedule, pending submissions, and possible dates of material ordered, ETA, etc. Exchange of technical information, electromechanical general problems related to main contractors about building works, presence of manpower, workforce, works for fabrication carried out remedial works, trades, programs, and relation of those programs. The main approved, main approved programs achieved and comparison scale on approved programs. The actions required shall be all discussed. In first coordination meeting, resident engineer shall ask questions. Agents to schedule meeting, schedule materials and working and help shop things. Now it's all that done. Now what actually this I am giving you is just a description of what should be done, what should not be done. Requirement is not done because book is available, you can read that. I am going to just discuss with what is actually important in this. See, writing is very difficult, I know. It takes time and it's not everybody's baby. Writing is not everybody's baby. It's something God gift, you can say. I may say God gift, of course. Because even if you are taught, you may not be able to do that, but you mandatorily have to do something. You have to learn something or else you shall face problem throughout life. It's very big job or very small job, that's up to you to decide, but writing is mandatory for engineers and it should not be a problem in computer age. When you write your report or you submit your report, you can say progress report, monthly report, or whatever writing you do for project to whosoever. I'm not saying to whosoever you write. That's a part of your duty. If you are a responsible person, not simply an engineer, if you consider simply as an engineer, I'm not going to say anything. Because then you are not a professional engineer, you are just a, let's say, work engineer, not professional. Means you have to take accountability. You cannot simply what actually required now? Let's talk differently. Not world doesn't move because of me or because of you. World moves because of documents. If somebody represents someone, it is documents. When you submit your pre-qualifications for shortlisting, what do you submit? Do you submit your people or do you submit documents? It is documents. when you have to deal yourself in a tender or bid, it's your duty to undergo all documents. If you do not do, you cannot file tender. It's not possible. Because tender is a responsibility, bid is a responsibility. Maybe you don't realize this. Maybe you don't realize this, or you don't have confidence for that responsibility sharing. Then you can't work as a contractor or either engineer. Because engineer too is a part of that. When lump sum contract, red book contract or whatever, engineer must have complete information about project which you do not have. And when you start having this, you demand service. Very astonishing. When you are sharing responsibility, you are responsible. You may be contractor, you may be engineer, both are responsible. Engineer has some other responsibility, not directly against you. But you have a responsibility because you agreed for this contract. And once you agreed, means you are responsible for it. Who shall this? Who shall tell you? Nobody will tell you. You are responsible. That's it. That's it. When you are responsible, there is no way out of that. No way out. You are responsible. Again and again I say. For what? For what? You ask question. You are responsible for doing that job. According to contract, not according to your choice. Can you realize this fact? And if you can realize this fact, you can be successful. Simple. You have to do that. This is contractor. An engineer. Understand. You have framed this contract. You are supervising this contract. You may not be directly chargeable, but at the end of the day, you are responsible. Now, you have an understanding, but you have to write. When I say write, why I say write? Because you are administrator and you are coordinator of all your subcontractors and all others you have to work with. And you are managers. So which is scope you are talking of about writing? Think of when I say writing, and we say communication is very important in project consideration, the project organizational management, which writing you are talking of. Can you think of yourself? Think of. Experience, think of. On our communication, I used to discover that there are many classes of writings you are bound to do, you are duty bound, it's not your privilege, it's not your option, you are bound. Contractual matters, technical matters, and you can say leisure matters, and you can say other matters with vendors, all you have to write. You are responsible. If you are responsible, I am saying, if you are site agent, not if you are only civil engineer on site, I am not talking about that. If you are a person who is sealing and signing, I am talking about that person. You are sealing also on behalf of contractor side, not personal. The contractor, if you are taking responsibility of contractor representation, something. You have to write about, daily reporting is writing, first of all, it starts with that, writing, then submissions, and then you can say accident report, method statements, technical queries, expecting information, response to site memo, response and site instructions. Then you have to forward whatever the information is there. You write to consultants, share with them masters. That is, you can say, then you have, some disputes are there. You have to make and there are no end to that, no end. Investigation, for example, some problem also investigate. You have to make proposals, right? You have to write your subcontractors, you have to respond to them. You get information from them, letters from them, anything, side problems. So writing is not just for it. And not this many more writings are there, which skill you must have. You must have an understanding how to start that. Let's say method statement. I will show you many method statements. What is method statement? Can you understand what is method? Some people say statement method means they don't understand what it means. Method statement for construction activities. Just think of what can be thought about. So method statement says this is my work scope of work. Then safety, then what methods you adopt, then which reference is drawing, which safety reference drawing, specifications, and then approvals on that, and then you can say the scope of that and like that, what's method and what is control. So similarly, technical queries you have to write some clashes there. You have to write this is this error unit clarification. You have to know how to write that outcome. You can't write essay on that. You have to write point to point. Then you have to write some contractual letters to your engineer, to your owner. That this is our problem. You have to explain to them what is the problem. Explanation without explanation. Then you can say like that means there is no end to that, and that's what I'm saying here. In this writing and also if you are required to conduct meeting, that is contract meeting, not contract meeting. I mean to say yes, you have to. If you are working as an engineer, you have to write everything. You are working on contractor. You have to minute your meetings for technical and coordination meeting. And you should know what questions is, what answer is, what point to be raised. And same thing applies to name your engineer, name the engineer. You have to get hardware. Now, on top of that, you have a dispute to resolve. Contractor has referred dispute to you. Resolve. How can you resolve? But you are engineer, you have to, it's your duty. And you are a contractor. And the employer refers to you or contractor refers to you. You have to respond both. You should know that. This means you take a responsibility of engineering contract. You should know all this. You should know this. So I said, therefore, something you must know. Just claiming is not enough. Competence is required. Doesn't matter you're a structural engineer, doesn't matter. When that situation comes, ages conflict cannot help you. No. It's also a claimable right. You have to make claims. You have to respond. Engineer has to respond back. And if we are giving decision, they are not satisfied with the evidences, you have to complete documents. Then only you can decide. Or it goes to, because they are not satisfied with you, it goes to distribute DAV, which may be new term DAV. Not a matter of opinion. Now we go further on to this because sticking won't work. See, I'll show you some format here, and that's this format. And that is here. You can say this is the format of bonus meeting. That maybe you have to record this as an engineer or an engineer or a contractor person. Now these are actually those present, so the scope of meeting and all this there is a common one. These are all requirements. It's not that you will do obligation on someone. You are being paid for that. You have to do it. And if you cannot do design, then go finish. If you want to work, you have to work professionally. That's a requirement. You cannot say no. Oh, you have to do it. And you have to learn it, engineers. You have to learn it. Don't think they can't do it. If you keep off, you keep off. Field is no profession. Field is advanced. Now, this is for technical meeting I showed to you. This is a technical meeting here, which you have to write all this. Actually, that's what we say. What are is required here is all our presence, and it's regarding for material, then electrical, mechanical, plumbing, which is total, what's submitted, what's approved, what's balanced, like that. And then you have to take details of all this status, all this complete electrical, mechanical, plumbing, and then shop and working drawings. Similarly, you have to take into that, as well as all means what is there, whatever you have to take care. It's long, hours discussion. Then monthly progress report, that engineers does, resident engineer does, both move together. And that is here, just an abstract of that is complete is there. This is just an abstract of that, that's a monthly progress report. Somebody requires, I request you to send a copy of this file. I mean to say this book, soft copy. I don't have any copy of that, sorry. It's the publisher. I never met him after that. I never kept this soft copy. He didn't give this soft copy. You can contact us. I have no word in that. I have no response in that. No, this is for many buildings actually. And what I have done, actually I have done this monthly progress report class formation, like the format. Well, top are same name of work and the contractor and budget and this and that same note. This is serial number is there, description of building is there, all and the percentage this month, percentage last month. What's position of progress this month and what's the last month, and then the difference between the two. So we can say updated is this one and this month and last month. So we get total this month is this. Now that is each building, and each building means we have given weightage to each building, and that we can say in this one combined last month, combined bonus this month, last month is this. So they say we just go as a status, then we can remark also, are we ahead or are we behind? Then after taking on this, then you have to write something here. Means if you see this performer, I have written certain plus and minuses also here. Again you see this building this month, last month, then plus or minus and weightage I allowed, because these are different buildings with same project. So you have to find different buildings cost wise, means what is weightage, what weightage have to apply onto this bill, so it comes as abstract. You know this method. So then what is suppose we are behind or ahead. Example of our program is plus weeks, critical state to lag in buildings. Now if suppose you have to measure, what measure is, suppose there is a delay, you have to write it this what measure. Before you are being asked, you have to tell them this is our measure. It's not a very then in this case, I say we have to say, we have to measures we have to take, we have to write, and special remark we have to write. I can say due to delayed payments by employer, cash flow situation of contractor has worsened to non-fulfillment of commitments. Bank stopped issuing overdrafts. Engineer is requested to pursue honor to release value payments in time, or work is afraid to be further delayed and may be out of control later. This can be written by contractor. Then you can say overall statement, you can give overall statement, this, what is the position of this, I'm just saying this format I am telling you. You write whatever you have to write depending on your project, and then we have to give project details building wise, means it's that building wise, each building you have to write like activity wise, whatever activities according to your schedule, according to plan work, these activities, and you have to fill up this form. Always you have to fill up this form. It's not nothing new. You have to fill up this form for every part of building, every building. And then it is statements for buildings, there is building and services on workforce, then workforce. So this is workforce that you are giving. What is the workforce you are employing? This kind of statement you can say. You are not doing research on this. It's information transformed to this table, monthly table, and then it's it's statistics of site, which is very important for purpose of research and all that. And then you have to say, workforce is going to be out of control also. Then it is machines also, machines and many other all machines which you are using. You can do all these machines and contractors, apparatuses or machines. And then important point is also very important point I'm going to say. There is a material submittal. Material submittal. There is very important part. There is some problem here. So material submittal status. Material submittal and delivery schedule. This is very important part of this. Very important part here. You can see this format here. This is very important part of this, because on this depends your work. And what is columns? I will just material submittal and delivery schedule status update. It says in columns serial number, description of material, submittal reference, date of submittal, rejected or approved, date of approval, details of material placed in order, expected type of arrival ETA, date of actual arrival, material sample inspection approved, rejected or other order given to contractor, damages if any in transport, delivery problems and aftermath. Stay written down, not material should be entered in about table for approval list of material submittals and no change to be made in that material. Your material change you should made in without approval of engineer, you cannot change it. Similarly, services materials status shall be prepared by engineer. There you go. Then you can say, similarly, services materials status shall be prepared for technical and coordination meeting as explained earlier in now this is now, so this is a very important part because material bill is everything. And then list of materials etc. brought to site as consequence. Well, that is now, this is different type of materials which are consumed on site, and just like plywood, other materials, preparatory materials, and so aggregates and etc. etc. For purpose and formation that we are working, we are using all this. Now package. What is package of this document? That's important. Package is what is total document that you are going, and that's important here, and that's what we are talking of here. This is a summary sheet of overall progress on top. Summary sheet you have to get. Then progress report of all individual programs or buildings as I showed to you, building A, building B, format. Then list of workforce and machinery deployment during process, so that's there. Material submitted just now I showed to you, material submitted schedule, and list of materials during regular supplies I showed to you. List of weather conditions we take from site diary and record it in the monthly, and then list of accidents if any we have to write down. Valuation to be carried personally and generally. We can say value we are dealing on site separately, so that has to come here. Then minutes of previous meetings, so if there's a point and minutes in the days or both parties will sign that one. So I'm just telling you in just superficial way. Then there's a general meeting and site meeting, which can be with anybody. The agenda of site meeting, etc., etc. Now, what agenda of contract meeting, site meeting is? That's point here. Agenda. This was our submission. What is actual agenda you think of? Its meeting is there's no fixed, nothing can be fixed. It depends upon project. It depends upon the approach of people. It is duty of engineer or resident engineer to give clear picture to client. What is this problem? It's contractual duty. It's duty in management contract, not in this contract. There's a separate contract which is called services contract that exists between engineer and owner. That's called management or organized project contract. Services contract which engineer delivers to owner, and according to that one, engineer is bound to keep employer completely clear, updated regarding this project and to ensure if something is coming to conflict with that owner. That's the one. So that one, that duty engineer has to perform must be given support by contractor, because here in construction contractor has certain duty with employer. There's agreement between employer and contractor that is supervised and administered by engineer. There are two contracts. One is services contract, management services or supervision service contract. One is construction service contract. Construction service contract and supervision service contract. This is a time. Means to fulfill requirements of honor through engineer, contractor has to complete information on demands in performa given by engineer to contractor or some other performer, whichever suitable to both. Information must reach to employer, complete picture must reach, and contractor is duty bound to equip engineer, and engineer is also duty bound to collect information through his associates on site. It's a part of organization, a triangular organization: owner, engineer, and contractor. Are you convinced? Agenda I am going to fix now. That's what I am talking of. Agenda of meeting, India has to decide it so that they should not find any really honest matters. Can't. So what actually employer requires from engineer, employer also doesn't know. Employer only knows I should get how much. When shall I get this project? I have to sell the flats or the shops or whatever it is. I have to make money. His interest is that. Engineer has to give this information to employer. How can engineer give? Contractor has to give. With that information, agenda is fixed. Fulfill that information. So simple agenda is what project is started. Progress report you got from contractor, from this contract and from other contracts as well. There are so many contracts in this area. What should be that? As I showed these documents which I shown to you, these are technical documents and everything, and valuation comes separately. Of course a part of this. So we know technical status, we know material status, we know drawing status, we know progress status, we know building wise status, we know valuation of this, how much is done, we know what are late and what are ahead or what are behind, and then what's the resolution. This much information we are giving to them. What is left? Only analysis. We have done analysis also. This is behind this, ahead, this person is that. What are other problems? If there are any, we have the other business. So what agenda is? Let us see what agenda is. It says agenda of contract meeting, site meeting, general meeting, agreement on recorded minutes of last meeting. Because last meeting was done, you have to agree. If you have some observation, either of you to tell that, you will write that. So agreement on last recorded meeting by resident engineer, and before this, apology if somebody is not available. Well, this formality. Now progress in details of whole project scope that we have given. Progress in details of whole project scope in contract under meeting involved, including progress of allied services. Progress of allied services referring to minutes of coordination and technical meeting. Minutes already issued by resident engineer and of queries of allied services coordinations. Allied services coordination. Somebody is sending bloody hell naked nonsense. यार क्या कहूँ मैं इनको, शर्म नहीं आती लोगों को यार. These bloody full of nonsense pictures. Nonsense. I block this person. Hell with this bloody fool. देश को बर्बाद कर रहे हैं.
यही काम रह गया, कुछ और काम नहीं है इनके पास. गधे लोग, idiots, full of idiots this country.
So progress in details of all project scope in contract under meeting involved, including progress of allied services referring to minutes of coordination and technical meeting minutes already issued by resident engineer and on queries of allied services, coordination issues, contractor agents and dealing project coordinator for resident engineer shall be supposed to respond due to subcontractor engineers would not be normally present once they have attended technical and coordination meeting. So in this agenda, complete services arrive in, which we dealt with in technical and coordination meeting, and we issued minutes of that on contractor behalf, and consultant was present there. So the questions of these allied services shall be responded in agenda. Now detailed discussion on material submittals, approvals and deliveries, and some other related problems on same shall be again there. Let me take some water. Already about quarter to 4 hours. Well, I think I may not be able to share those files. Now, so technical and coordination chapter we have taken detailed discussion, material submittals, approvals and deliveries. This we talked. We had consider details of that. Because that was blank pro forma, we had to fill it. We had to tell what's the status of order, when did you procure, when did you place procurement order, when did you get approval, when did you submit. We have to consider each and detail to make out, and then detailed discussion on material submittals, approvals and deliveries, on other related problems on same, and shall based upon material submittal and delivery schedule as submitted by contractor to be updated. We don't want to see any stays where you may have to air freight this. That's not possible. So we have to be very careful. Within time, we have to place order. Within time, before placing order, we have to get approval, and we have to get approval according to the list provided by that. And we have to see our procurement. We have to see delivery time. We have to ensure that delivery time is quite enough that this material will be available before its schedule demands this. All these points are very important. And in case there is a problem, that there is a delay, what solution? This we have to understand. There is no change in, because there is a lump sum quantity, we can't change it. Either we change supplier, manufacturer. If there is a delivery problem, manufacturing problem, then we should know from beginning. We should know that from beginning that this item is not going to be able. We cannot say at 11th hour we are going to buy this from some other. That's not for what's reason that. And if you are in an emergency, they have to prove immediately that this man can supply in time and this comparable. This material is comparable. That's important. Don't take it easily. Don't take it. It's international contract. It's not your street contract. Here courts are not involved. Arbitration is involved. Here money question is. I have seen some cases where say few tiles were left not to be imported to. These were approved, but these were not imported or short. They are afraid that. This happens. So, and in some cases material could not be delivered because of long lead items. So there are so many solutions for that. I'll tell you a solution is that it's a detailed discussion on material submittals, approvals and deliveries and some other related problems on same, and shall base upon based upon material submittals and delivery schedule as as submitted by contractor duly updated. Then detailed discussions of shop drawing, working drawings in connection with building works if and whatever. Same thing applies for drawings. No? What applies for materials also applies for drawings. Because if drawings are not approved in time, you cannot place material order. How can you place? If drawing is not clear, which material you are going is not clear, you can't place all system. There is incompatibility between electrical, mechanical. Let us say, electrical guy says, this is my transformer, this is my this, and mechanical says, this is my machine chiller, and this connection is giving are not compatible. What to do? You have to buy chillers or package units, you have to buy air handling units, you have to buy somebody has a switch gear, somebody has something else for transformer, for your electrical substation. Electromechanical are first requirement. Then electromechanical are requirement, that is IT. So we have to be very careful. Very careful. Firefighting is required. You need complete firefighting ring main unit. Which equipment you are going to use for that? Which pump you are going to use for that? And it's not one problem. It's a complete set of problems. So every contractor, subcontractor have to move in unison. Not in a fighting call and move of this, no. Maybe you are different in market, you may be enemies, but on this project, you all must be part of team. And that's what is required here. So shop drawing, working drawings are same because of shop drawing. Your structure is impacted upon, remember. If your shop drawing is not up in time, your structure can be impacted adversely. Maybe your duct passes through beam, not acceptable. Who knows? You are not given drawing in time. Now you are saying beam is already cast. I want to penetrate duct through beam. Nobody will accept that. Nobody will accept that. And you cannot drop that as well because there is a marginal height, floor height. Either you have taken already up, even if you have taken a high more, then even you cannot do. There are some pipes are passing below. Something else is happening. There's a duct now, cross duct. What to do? Duct is coming, supply here, or supply here, act like there. And nobody even knows. So you have to prove it on drawing. So shop drawing is also improved. It can clash with piping. It can clash with trunking, it can clash with, your own duct, and it clash with structure. This is a complication, it's not imagination, it happens. And moreover, false ceiling, short fire you have to do, and there's no space for person to go up, so short firing is required in advance, at least hanging of fires. This depends on your drawings, your materials, and you have to sit together for this purpose of coordination. Then quality control on site. Quality control, now it is quality requirement, not simply control. So this is complete division, complete section, complete overhaul. So quality organization, you can say, on site, and remedial measures taken in case of complaint by resident engineer and quality engineer as on site. Now that's point, means this is a quality point. People generally do not understand quality well, and I think there is no separate defined organization. It's defined, but people don't want to read those documents. They feel pain. They want to just destroy something at cheap price. So quality is something different, means all this as a method statement. inspection and test plans, checklist, NCRs, non-conformance report, which I'm talking here. There's some problem on site, it doesn't conform, it fails in test. It fails in test. What to do? Material is on site, it's done. I have faced this. Your soil sample fails, your concrete cube fails. Who is responsible? These all issues. This against quality. And additions or alteration, deletions required context. So if there's a change, change order, see related issues. And then remedial measures, as I said, remedial measures to control work progress. Means work is delayed, say how to solve it. What is delayed by 2 months? You do not care, who should care? Work is delayed by 2 months, and it's not here, class. And then you can say this, it's valuation of work done, and that's okay, evaluation work done, and extras if okay, that's fine. That's measurement of work, I mean to say progress, measurement of progress. This quantity engineer would do it. Of course, our part, project manager is responsible for the ultimate quantity evaluator is just a support. And remedial measures to control work process. I said, if there's a delay, you have to resolve it. What resolution is there? Let us say a 25% delay, to 10% delay. How shall we recover that? That's you have to propose. Okay, we did not apply, LD clause because of some reason in the outcome is not serious. Maybe 4 years set. I would say 5%, 2%. Then you can say, what we are saying, not 2 items here. What you say, let us say, question. If your work is advanced, there's no problem, nobody minds that. Those are, if you are advanced, you know what happens. I pushed project myself, keeping very watch on some project, and I was, 70% time, 80% time of our contract, it was always advance. 1 week advance, 2 week advance, 3 week advance. It was gone such a limit that they say, why are conducting meeting? This British in charge said, what is the purpose of this meeting? Was what? So I am feeling bored. That British felt bored. You are boring meeting just for tea and coffee. I come here. Nothing, no fighting, no dispute. He said, there's no tension. Why I want tension? Somebody should claim you see this month, this supervisor should say this engineer is not working. He's not giving good work. Neither quality problem, nor time problems. What for? So he instead of conducting weekly, he said we conduct twice. I mean say fortnightly. Up to you. I'm not stopping. I did. You said we want weekly meetings, so we are conducting weekly meetings. So till I was there, or later on some disputes erupted because of non-availability of some machines, and mechanical services started, electrical services started, and I think budget was squeezed also, and I had to leave that project. I am sorry. By that time, they started blaming that person who's gone. He was responsible for this. They started delaying what? See, project depends upon you. Just be careful. Just now I'm talking of this. You think I like it? I'm talking? No, it's urge. It's control. You have to grab it personally. Don't depend upon anybody. As far as grabbing is concerned, catch hold. You catch hold of progress. Catch hold of quality yourself. Your supervisors, Your foremen, your engineers, they are not, don't depend upon them, use them. Hey, do like this. Of course, in your way. And particularly foremen, concrete foremen or your foremen, they can listen to you. They feel good if project manager is talking to them. So you tell them you do this. Tell them separately, let engineer do what is doing, but engineer means your site engineer. You tell form because foreman controls workers. They have good tie up between, they abuse each other, they fight also, but workers listen more to foreman than to engineer because workers know this, engineer knows nothing. Workers know practically, I mean to say they are right. Workers want, workers desire a person who can help them in work as well as in their facilities. And without talking they cannot work. This is this is psychology because they have nothing to think, so they have to work and they feel nobody is talking to me, I'm not talking to them. Then one day one foreman told me, see, you know what these people are? I did not speak for them 2 hours today, I just standing. Say, foreman Saab, are you okay? What happened? They are not abusing us. You see, abusing us means they are used to abuse. It's like food for them. If they think nobody fought with me, nobody scolded me today, what's the problem? There's some problem here. Ask him, are you sick? Means if you fight with them, scold them, and you shout on them, abuse them, they feel yes, so they is looking after me. This is human psychology, you see. Even in your home, if you have your kids, they expect your attention. My father should look at me, my mother should they concentrate on me. And if you are not concentrating, they start teasing something, breaking something. My father is not looking at me. This is psychology. The same psychology continues. That's what I'm saying. And we have to be very careful. What is required? Material in time is required, drawings in time required, resources, workman in time is required, and machine in time is required, and methods are time required. And we can say ultimately these documents fine. Implementation of these documents is important. Document is fine, you will do it, you will file every document, but action is required, and that action should be at personal level. Yes, you are big, I know. Your management principle says, and your people say that you are a project manager, you should sit in office for 90% of time and 10%. Everybody teaches according to their experience, but believe me, it's your own system. You design your own system. My principle is you design your own system. You don't fight with any system. Okay, I agree with your system because I'm joining your company. I cannot say I don't. And gradually you break this system, make your system simple. Break means if you think that's good, use it. You think, no, there's some. I mean, when you are in an organization, nobody say anything. Okay, he's project manager, he's right, he's trying, and nobody will say anything. You should circular, okay, this will happen like this. And in your system, when you are there, you can modify it. But if you just come out and no, I don't accept this, I want to, it's a clash. Clash situation, nobody accepts. Cooperation, everybody accepts. So either you, when you start new project, then you are free, you use their system. If your client says no, I want this, okay, I use their system, no problem. But they will themselves change it later on, don't worry. Because if there is a problem, they also be impacted. If there is a problem, they shall also be impacted and they shall learn from you. Simple. No one is perfect in this world. Sometimes contractor person knows more. Actually, every time contractor person knows more than owners person. Because that person is not practical. Contractor person deals with practicality. They only watch, they only supervise. But contractor person is responsible for everything. So as I said, so many points are kept in mind. Progress is kept in mind. Progress is very important. If you don't give progress, you cannot make up time. You cannot move on schedule, time schedule. And to get progress, you have to arrange everything. You have to coordinate drawings. You have to find which materials are there. In beginning of project, particularly 2 or 3 months, it's very important time. And more than that is long lead items, which is rarely not understood. There are some items which take time for delivery, and there is no way you can get them earlier. And in some cases, even contractor doesn't have time for that, because it takes more than time of contract, in which case owner himself or herself has to arrange for that items prior to any contract is awarded. And that's why, of course, it's a different matter. Maybe these ordinary buildings or but on the specialist building facilities plants, this happens. Means big plants and the item is big, and they want facility start focus on many reasons, because of political reasons, because of social reasons, because of business reasons, because of whatever reasons. This housing, this is a content, all it can. I mean, it is not that critical, but where this materials are critical, and these companies say no, we cannot give you for that. You give us minimum this time, and then immediately take off. Or if this continuous production, well, there you can say this is cement or whatever. Means I'm going to say we have to understand these points. These points are not simply points. These points count everywhere. So this I was talking on agenda, and then it was there. Then we say any other business in that remedial measures we have taken there. I forgot to tell you remedial measures, and they means remedial not on quality. These remedial measures not on quality. These are on project. These are on progress. Now progress behind what to do. Progress behind. 1 week behind, no problem. Can we manage? 2 weeks behind, okay, fine. Let us consider behind what to do that. Something is wrong somewhere. Simple. You have to keep in work time your control before somebody says, what is the problem? What's the problem? Either material is not coming in time, okay, that you could control from beginning. Problem lies somewhere else. It's their internal. Maybe your company or your personal or your staff, key person in your organization, they do not cooperate with you. They try to push you. Maybe they don't like you. That could be one problem. This is a internal political problem. But if there's a problem of even if this internal political, you have to fight with your management, with the governance of company. You have to fight with board of directors. It's not for you are working. Simple answer is it's not for me. I am working for you. So why this man is not cooperating? I have talked to many times in corporate. I'm not complaining about that person. If you want job done, it is to be done. Finish. I am not talking for my sake. I am talking for job's sake. Everybody has to do it. And if that's not a problem lies somewhere else. People are not working. You have to ensure people are working. Or machines are not enough. Or people are not giving overtime. They want overtime. They are going slow. So either you pay them overtime or you make double shift. Resources crunch. Machines crunch. Often machine is broken and doesn't work. Or you are not getting support from ready-mix concrete. If you don't own your batching plant. Sometimes you own your batching plant, then there is no problem. Sometimes market is very powerful. Everybody demands concrete. You are not getting in time. So you have to find a solution for that. Solution at night you get, okay, at night I get. On Fridays I get, okay, on Fridays, Sundays I get. Means you have to spend a lot of money on that. But no solution. If you install your batching plant, it's a long process. You cannot do it. So that could be another reason. And if there's supply from outside supply problem, then it is a different matter. Means ultimately is you have to enhance your resource, or you have to control your resources. That's the only way. And you have to ensure that people know that if they work, they shall be benefited. Now, situation not arise, I did not get salary for 4 months, 5 months. That situation is not supportive in any case. In any case, I say that situation is not supportive, and that's why I say by chance I started this discussion. Then there's any other business that comes with something else you want to say. Well, you can say anything in that form, but for contract. Then special and instant meeting, that's all right, and fun moment. Now Now what I say is other things I will discuss later on because you cannot digest everything. What I'm telling you because on my basis of experience, so I can even intermingle this with my, no problem. Uh, Now I'll talk something about again about contracts, because contract is very important for everybody. Contract. Uh, I'm not going to share this because time is not for that. It's already 4 hours 10 minutes. I'm just going to discuss one more, because I consider this very important part of career of you can say profession. Generally, public, our public, they don't realize this fact that this is important or not important. They just keep themselves dependent. You have to put a light there because already power is not, and why should I do this? Put off light and put off my this also for half an hour. I put off battery down. Now I put battery as well. So because you can see me and the problem. So what I'm stating here is that civil engineering, or you may say construction related engineering, which involves everything. It's not simple. I'm not keeping construction in isolation. No, I'm not taking that. I am integrating actually. I'm disintegrating it. Integration of construction means I consider construction as real project. As I said, what is project? If somebody asks, if I question everybody, means what do you mean by engineering? First of all, my question is, what is engineering? You define. If I ask a new boy, new student engineer, or becoming engineer, or new engineer, or fresh one, millennial, if I ask, my question should be, what is engineering? Define it. And what is project? Define it. And third one is, what is operation? Define it. If you can define these three questions, if you can answer these three questions, I'm not talking more of this. There's a big history behind this. There's a big back behind this. And there's a big control behind this, and there's a big stamina behind this. These three questions: define engineering, define project, and define operation. You may say, what question is this? Everybody knows what is engineering. Everybody knows what is project. Everybody knows what is operation. What special is this? Yes, that's my question, and that's my answer. What is that? What is engineering? This will be your answer, that everybody knows what is engineering. Everything is engineering is going on. You are right. This is from your concept. What is engineering? Not from my concept, and not from real concept. What is engineering? Only this is engineering, you are saying. Is that engineering? What is tool of engineering? You will say, oh, what another question? Means question out of question. Yes, question out of question. Question out of question. What's tool of engineering? Did you see definition of engineering in some book? Did somebody tell you what is engineering? What is engineer? Why did somebody not tell you? Why did you not ask someone, your professor, your teacher? Why you did not ask that? You are born in science. So when you do something, you should know what you are doing.
And if you just do because you want to do and you don't know where it's leading to you, how do you know where shall you lead by this? When you drive a road, you know where the road leads to you. Oh, this road leads me to Bombay. Okay, fine. Can you go on that road without knowing where it's leading to? You cannot go. You will ask someone if there's no name board or destiny board, where this is going to. So what is your engineering? Is it not highway or super highway of your life? Then why don't you try? Okay, engineering, I understand. Engineering, what do you mean by engineering? What does it do for you? What does it do for world? Right? What is its basic tool? And without tool, can it work? Think of that first. What is fundamental tool of engineering? You will start thinking. Another question. Very strange question. Is this person psychic? Yes. This is psychology test. Another question. This is psychology test, yes. But the person either it is question of intelligence or question of superfluity. Yes, it's question of intelligence as well as question of stupidity. Another question comes in. But you are not defined engineering. Define. If you understand tool, you can define. If you understand psychology, you can define. Define. You are going to travel 40 years on this route, but you do not know name of this route. You do not know description of this route. How shall you travel? It means you do not know where you are going. Engineering is something different. Remember, your friends, engineering is not degree, first of all. Degree of that is discipline. I am not talking of discipline. Not at all. Not at all. Discipline is nothing to do with my definition. There's a part of definition, not full. If you consider theory of evolution, you know theory of evolution, evolution. You know that. Everybody knows that. That definition is included in definition of engineering. Again this. When you come to this world, when did you come to this world? Did you get something with you? No. You got something with you, you don't remember. What? Were you delivered in open, jungle or forest or some hot rock or on some tree? Where were you delivered? I want to go into root of what you want to answer. We used to stay in forests, in wilds, on mountains, everywhere when this life started. Right? We have no safety of body, no cover on body, nothing to eat, not to know what to eat or how to live, just whatever living. That was a time, right? Yes, so you know that was a time. Do you know in which world you are living? Do you know that? There's only one world. Your answer will be no. There is no world one. There are so many worlds. We are living in this planetary world. This world composing and constituted of solar system. Just think of If this system does not exist, would you be here? What is your answer? It should be no. This means first this world was required, this universe, this solar system was required, which already exists for us. I am talking in different world now. The solar system which is working for your own clock all time, whether you are in this world or you are not in this world, is working. For whoever is coming to this system, this unknown railway system, unknown airport system, people are traveling, coming and going, coming and going, coming and going, and this is working for them. And not now, it has been working since, we don't know, since it was constructed and delivered. What is that? What do you call that? You will not answer my question. I know, but you have to answer, because you are going to be engineer. You are going to be engineer, or you are engineer already. This is your work. This is your science. This is your application of science. Universe existence itself is engineering science. You can't realize this. And it's not simple science, it's perfect science. I'm not talking of body, that's what I'm talking of physical world. Because you are going to involve with physical world, first understand this physical world. Say you are a big person, say I am God, just kalpana, or you are God. I assign you, okay God, make one solar system. You will become mad versus. Yes, you will become mad. You will become mad. But it's a fact. That system exists and is functional, it's operating. Is that not a fact? Who did this? Is it automatically done? By magic it is done? Vishwakarma came and did that? Done? No. Who did this? From where this material arrived? You think it's automatic? No engineering involved? Do you think so? Engineering is involved in that. Complete engineering is involved in that. Can you think, can you imagine? They talk of science and they talk of so much. Nobody talks of this. They talk when it happened, how it happened. I'll leave that behind. I am not concerned with that. I know only one answer. This system is working perfectly, without any deflection, without any deviation, without any fault. And if there is some fault someday, this will break. If I ask you, okay, Mr. Engineer, I want 1 kilometer sphere construct of earthenware, construct earth material. Can you do it? 1 kilometer diameter sphere, solid sphere. Can you do that? Or if I ask, not solid, just space, you do it. 1 kilometer diameter, hollow, spherical. I want that. Can you do it? Question is, imagination creates engineering. Engineering doesn't create imagination. So when I question you what is engineering, first you have to understand what is this. For survival of humanity, in a comfortable way, nature or God has worked as engineer for us.
such planetary system was produced must be designed somewhere. Just think of varying sizes of spheres of all planets, positions, relative positions according to astronomy, their relative speeds and perpetual angle, perpetual motion, as well as orbital motions, their energies, their densities differences. All these, don't you think, is an equilibrium dynamism, dynamic equilibrium, space equilibrium, or something that which you are going to study in engineering, but you are going to study in the low profile, this is very high profile. You think this construction was possible or impossible? You decide. If you understand that point, if you understand this system, engineering becomes very easy for you. Because engineering is intellect. Engineering is use of your tool, and that tool is unknown, that tool can't be seen, that tool is known as thinking, power of thinking. Everybody has, everyone has, but used people don't know. People feel it's very tyranny, it's very difficult to think, because think is not everybody's baby. Only those who are fortunate can think. Think is very, very big activity. If you do this, you are lucky. It won't give you money, it shall give you power, brain power. And if you think, then you can do what you want. At least you can imagine, if not do practically. That is thinking. Engineering means using power of thinking to do something. Using power of thinking, power of contemplation, deep thinking and thinking and thinking, and then doing, to reach certain product, certain usable product, usable by humanity and usable by non-humanity. That's called, is that. You say, what is that? Now what's tool here? I say tool. This is tool. Think. Why I am thinking? Just think. Earth is 12,500 kilometer diameter. Right? It's a globe. We call it sphere. Imagine how much material is used in this. From where did it come? From where? This was energy accumulation, energy densified itself and became sun. No, that's fake. This is real material. This is not alone energy. Energy is in this, but material is not energy alone. If there's energy only and it accumulated here, you make another one. Energy is available in environment. You go and make another small earth. I will agree with that. Don't make this one. Make 5 kilometer diameter, 5 kilometer ball. Make it. The energy you are talking. Okay. When you can send your satellite to Mars, can't you make one earth in air? Make it. It's a question. It's thoughtful question. Valid question I'm asking. Why do you say that? This is engineering. To do something,
based on thinking is engineering. But how did it happen? Can you understand this? I don't know. I know system is there. I don't know source of material. System is here. They may say, oh, there's an explosion was there. It fell from the sun. It from the and then, nonsense, nonsense. This is spherical, complete shape, and all planets go to Jupiter and see, go to Sun and see. All are having different sizes and densities and different energies, and they are moving except Sun. All are orbiting. They all are rotating on their axis and they are orbiting Sun, and in a systematic way. I calculated just roughly that Earth takes perpetual rotation at rate 1600 kilometers per hour, while its orbiting velocity is orbiting around Sun is 1.25 lakh kilometer per hour. This is approximately. And this satellite which UAE has sent to Mars recently, it's moving with same speed, 1.25 lakh kilometers. So what do you call it? Is it engineering or magic? What do you call it? Think of yourself. I call it engineering because use of materials and use of technology unknown to others. But God knows that. We don't know that. Unfortunately we cannot go there and see. There's no such arrangement and we don't have wings to fly. So we cannot go to those planets, but those are part of this system. You may say we living on Earth means it's space. It's no other than space. Earth, when I say Earth, means air plus solid part. Lithosphere plus aerospace equal to Earth. So this is moving in space. So we are already in space. All planet is in space. The system is in space. We cannot deny this fact. I have already calculated all this and put in one video. One day I'll again talk of this. Maybe I'll show all these files to you through this what do you call it? Screen share, because difficulty is showing in a screen share. You have to show one type of file only. You can show it Excel file, you are showing Excel file only, or if you say you are showing Word file, you say Word file only. It doesn't accept the files, or means it should be one format only. That shows. So that's a problem. So why my question still remains same. What is engineering? Simple answer is that it's thorough use of mind. It's not copy paste. It's not copy paste. And actual engineering is in field that you are learning from work. Learning from work is real work than learning in theory. Theory you forget. You forget always. You can make your theory to in engineering. But that is a must. You cannot say you can condemn that. That is also a must. Because that makes you mind built. That education, where theory education and tutorial education is involved, that is a must to keep your mind strong, to let you have calculative speed, let you have analyze everything and understand everything and ensure that this functions. When we say we are engineering education, we are making this hard disk engineered well. So it's simple mind that is engineering. Simple mind. Because there is no fixed engineering, you have to develop engineering. It's completely different than medical education. Medical education is reverse of this. There you are taught what to do.
You cannot decide yourself. You have no decision power. Yes, you can decide based on the complete x-rays and everything and symptoms, but it's reverse. It doesn't teach injury. They are different world. They are just treating you, keeping you safe. They cannot control soul as well. That part is a must. Always a must. So tool is this: if you can think and think, you will break everything. I mean to say, break every bad and bring in good. I don't mean break people, no, or break some wall, no. Break means break every substandard item, break every bad system. You will do that if you think, and others accept you. That's also subject. I thought, I did, I tried, but they stopped me. This means those are not engineers, they don't understand engineering. Engineering changes forest, I say. There's a forest. That forest resides on this earth. And engineering changes this forest to city. It may be industrial city, it may be residential city, it may be some other city. So you convert that to usable product. Means when I came to this earth, I did not have clothes. There was nothing involved. Gradually, theory of evolution brought us to this stage that we have everything now. That is, that is engineering. To give you comfortable residence, comfortable life. This is engineering. You are blank, you have nothing, you have now done something, you have got something, you can change scene. You can change scene. This is engineering. We used to go outside toilets throughout life. We didn't have environment improvement scheme in beginning itself, but later on sewer line appeared, water line appeared. This is engineering, and it changed our status of living. There were no roads, no railways, nothing. All was using walking, go walking, no cycles even. Now engineering changed life. So engineering is change. It's the tool of change. Engineering is a tool of change, and engineer is an agent of change who uses that tool, that hammer, that chisel, that drill to change. Engineer is a technician of that to change, hammer it, chip it, break it, saw it, and change that dirt out. So, agent of change we call, representative of change we call, or changer we call. That's why I say change and its challenge. I am talking philosophy. Nothing to something and everything. Nothing goes to something and goes to everything. That is engineering. There is nothing, plan, brag, jungle, forest, and nothing and nothing and nothing. And I make it city with complete package. You go and live in that. With all facilities, pack up, complete, no problem, coming out, going in, coming out, going in. That is engineering. Engineering imagination. Imagine first. That is also engineering. Imagine. And by thinking, imagine, and then do it. Hence, think and do, think and deliver. So, what does it mean? What is project then? Think of now. Now you can't think. You can't think because your mind is rusted. Scrap out that rust. Apply some coating on that rust. Apply some epoxy on your mind and or heat up your mind. Don't keep it cool. You will freeze otherwise. Heat it up. Electrical current on this. Do it. garbage after all this septic and bacterial out. Your mind is fresh now. Static current is flowing in your brain. It's removed all bacteria. It's removed all viruses. Now it's thinking bravely. Think now. Think, because your mind is connected to nature. Your mind is connected to nature. That's why you are here. And now you are thinking. So what is project? Think of now. Think to where? Think to where? That's engineering. Don't understand? Think, deliver. What is that? Think and deliver. What is that? Understand? I say think at this point and deliver at this point. You got it? Point what point? Point of time. I am thinking in this time. I am delivering this time. This time to this time, and this is project. Got something? No. Get now. You start thinking. It's nice. You start thinking. You did your job. Right? Think. You decided when thought. Yes, your thinking decided I have to do something. Yes, you decided. Yes, I decided. I means not myself. I mean a imaginary figure, a powerful figure who can take decision. I decided. I decided to do it. Thought. Somebody thought. Deliver. Think and deliver. What? Shall you deliver thinking? No. I said this is a point of thinking and this is delivery point. This is delivery point. This thinking to delivery is having many stages, many operations, many activities, many stages. This thinking is one time, this is delivery another time. Time to time is a gap, and that gap is project gap. At this start time, project starts, and when this time reaches here, other end, that project is over. This means no more project. That project is over. We want another project. So what starts then when project is over? Project is defined a group of activities, collective activities, sequence of activities, hundreds and thousands of activities in between this date and that date. That date and date delivered. No more project. Where has it gone? This project is delivered. It's still there. It does not go anywhere. Its status is changed. Now it is not project. It is operation. Because it's work. That project is functioning, which we call project. Now it is a factory. It may be industry. It may be a township. It may be whatever else. It may be transportation railway. It may be airport. It may be whatever facility, refinery, whatever it is. It's now operation. Some operators is working on this. Project has died. Operation has come. Do you understand that? Can you understand project died? Yes, project has died. You say, I did this project. No, it's not project. And so they say, see, this project I did, this is my project, this is my project. When you see in seminar, the chief engineer shows, oh, see, I have done 10 projects. But they are operating their own projects. This is project you are telling now in seminar. This seminar is project now. You are working in this project. Because when seminar ends, it's finished. No, nothing, no value of seminar. But seminar doesn't go to operation, unfortunately. Operation never ends. Operation is life. Life, it means no defined life. It can be, say, 50 years, it can be 100 years, it can be 200 years, depending on what it is. Generally, facilities plants, oil plants and all those plants, they count for 30 years. but they move up to 50 years. Buildings move up to 100 years. And if you see even your project of Red Fort or your ancient projects on this, say in Turkey, 300, 500, so many old years still buildings are available. Red Fort is available. Taj Mahal is available. These are very, very durable projects. So we are talking that we don't know how long shall these serve. These operate now, these serve now, they are serving public, they are properties, you can say they are properties, they are assets of nation. So this is what engineer gives to nation. Engineer gives to nation assets building. Only engineer can give. Doctor can give health asset. Health is also asset. Doctor gives health assets, engineer gives properties assets, cost. You can count that. And all others work on them. All other professionals work on them. If there's a factory, that's an asset. If there's an industry, that's an asset. If there's a township, that's an asset. If there's a hospital, there's an asset. If there's a doctor, all this asset. All other professionals work on them. Politicians use them. Public use them. Administration use them. Who don't use them? All use them. You have to keep this in mind. This is theory of evolution, current modern. This is modern theory of evolution. That theory is imaginary. That is, pre-existent theory. This is now modern theory. Engineer and doctor, makers of this, makers of society. If there is no engineer, no society. If there is no doctor, no health. All others are wheels only. We have to use them. They cannot make original. No politician can give you anything. No manager can give you anything. It's not engineer. They survive because of your effect. My explanation is entirely exclusive. Try to understand that. If you want to understand value of engineering, this is engineering domination. Engineering must dominate, but they are not dominating, unfortunately, because fruit tree never fight us. I'm just trying to explain your value. Until you understand your value, you cannot think. And I want you to think, that's all. My only you can say plan is that you think, you start thinking. And when you start thinking, this world is different. It would change. Whole world would change if you start thinking around 754. So if you start thinking, world would change, certainly change. That's what I say. Problem is lack of thinking. That's problem of battery I have. Let me see, maybe I lose my battery later on. Let me put this on. Yes. 5 minutes charge, so let's work together. So maybe by chance video goes off, then it's a problem. So my dear engineers, first of all, start thinking. Don't start following others. Think yourself, follow others, but think, analyze. Your job is analysis. Even if you think it is right, you analyze. You have to analyze production. You have to analyze design. To reach design, you have to analyze. To say analysis applied to design, analysis applied to proposal, analysis applies to safety, and safety also analyzable. Analysis applies, safety means not worker safety alone, everything safety. And analysis applies to quality as well. Because quality doesn't mean what we think is quality. Quality is everywhere. System quality. Quality of product is one part. System quality means super product. System that is producing that quality, that product is real super product. Your system which you make or you follow should be quality based. Your organization quality, your managing quality, your board's quality, engineers quality, supervisors quality, all I'm talking about that. It's not simply product quality. If all these are quality based, products are automatically quality based. If they all understand then what to do, if they think for everything, it shall be okay.
because they won't operate otherwise, they won't act otherwise. Chalta hai will not work then. This is where I don't say qualification alone. No. Education is mandatory, but not exclusive education. You have to see practical aspect, application aspect, application of what you plant. This is missing actually, to be very frank, in our country. It is missing. This I have observed personally. Not at one point, many locations. I do not having job for that, but I view all. When you walk, when you see, in fact, what's quality here, what's quality here. That quality is not telling that's a quality country. It's not telling that. Your traffic movement on road is not telling that people are quality people. Haphazard, dogmatic style. Traffic driver doesn't know what's quality of traffic control. Your police of traffic doesn't know what's traffic control. Your society doesn't know what's living control. Means I'm not saying it should change living control, at least on projects which we conduct, we do, we carry out, we can do something, but we do not do that. I don't know why thinking is bound, why your thinking has been locked here. You will say it is politics, and now politicians, I can't say are fault. If you stick to your principles, politicians cannot do anything. What for you are qualified? What for you are educated? To listen to politicians? Then why do you study them? If you have to listen to politicians, if you not to study your own, if you not analyze your work, you don't know what specifications are, then why did you do engineering? Only education in the world is engineering, which changes everything. Only education is engineering. This engineering that brought computer to you, that brought, systems to you, that brought, you can say, internet to you, that brought everything to you. It changed your style. It changed it. It brought every facility to you. This means we have to follow that, or we have to follow who have useless power with them, or without education. No one can fight with engineer. Keep silent and work. That's it. Don't fight. Only you're fighting. I want this. That's it. Do it. Shall conductor not give you that? Shall your worker won't give that? Your worker will give that. If you demand, but demand is absent, what to do? If you don't demand, you think they will give you? I am not blaming anybody. I am just expressing my views that engineer's shoulder should be powerful. Shoulder is a bearing. Shoulder doesn't mean this shoulder I am talking. This is also shoulder. Legs are also shoulder. Engineer means that from your head to feet you have to think. You have to do all functions that your body does. What is the function of your foot and fingers and toes? What's function of your knee? What's function of your leg? And what's for your hips and arms and palms and heart and chest and this and mind and eyes? All these functions are related to. This is operating body. This is project done within womb. Was it not a project done within womb? And this expansion of that project is not that. Once it come out of form, this project expanded full hand. Is that an expansion project? And after expansion is working. This is operation. My body is operating. You learn this way. Means university cannot teach you everything. Impossible. In 4 years you cannot know every word. You cannot know everything. Yes, some theories, some tutorials, some guidance you learn. 4 years, 5 years, even 10 years are not adequate for that. Whole life is short. Whole life is short. If you have learned in life, in work, I think your best one. That learning cannot be given by any professor. That learning is real learning without any title of degree. Degree title is not important. Title of your project answer is, your delivery is your title. That tells you what you are. That's it. What you deliver, it's useful or it's not useful, it depends upon that.
That's important. Don't understand this? Why don't you give quality? My question is that. It's not objection, it's a question. What problem is hidden behind that you do not want to disclose? You are spending money, you are spending material, you are spending workforce, you are spending everything you are spending, and despite that, quality is not being delivered. After what's reason behind that? We are not selling anything. I can't say, you can't blame contractor here. There's something wrong somewhere else. And you cannot even say, oh, we save money. You are not saving money. You are wasting money. If your bridge collapses, if your road sinks down, caves in, we are not saving money. This means if somewhere else secret lies, that secret must be discovered, unearth it. You are getting my point, or don't get. It's up to you. You view this video, don't view, up to you. Again I say, only solution is thinking. Think. Which is lacking. What we teach our student, they learn that. They should question. Why they should not question? They should question. And we should question everybody as engineer. Why don't we question? Contractor should question us. Why not question? Question is basic right. We don't need constitution right from that. No need of constitution here. It's basic right. I have right to think and raise question to one who is responsible for that. If design is bad, you have to question. You think design is bad, and designer must answer. If I am wrong, please tell me, no, this design is okay. Explain and that's it. And if work is wrong, everybody has a right to question why work is substandard. But why not to question? What to wait for? Police won't answer for that. Inquiry commission won't answer for that. It is that person who did, he knows where is problem. That person was responsible for that. That person knows problem. Ask him, punish that person. Why this work is not quality worth? What's problem? Where was problem? What is sleeping? I see there is no problem actually. Problem of mindset. Problem of some scare, something scares everybody of frightening. Oh, I speak, I'll be given this punishment. You are punishing yourself. You think God shall be happy with you. You are not doing right work. When you go to God, you will face problem. It's not sentimental. It's the fact you will face problem. Because you did not do your job per requirement. It was your duty. You did not fulfill your duty. Whatever reason behind that, I don't want to discuss that. It was your duty. Your job. You didn't do that. Now you are claiming something of that. No, that's not acceptable. Not at all. Job is job. You have to do that according to the requirement. And if you cannot do that, fight for that. You have to do that. You fight with everybody. You fight with everybody. You have to do it. It's your responsibility. It's not somebody else's responsibility. If you cannot do it, leave engineering and go. I don't know engineering. Why you are here, for what you are here, I don't understand. You are sinning yourself, you are making sins. No one else is responsible, you are responsible. You may be in government, you may be in private sector, you may be in consultancy, you may be in contracting, you may be wherever you are. You are engineer, don't forget. You learned, you got education, you apply that. Why don't you apply that? What fear you have? Fear of your senior? You kick your senior. Question him. If that senior's problem is, kick it senior. Question. You have to revolve.
Otherwise, this is rubbish country, this is dead country. Only country in world which is not giving quality. Only country in world. Biggest problem, metro has been possibility. Go and say, I've seen many locations, defective quality. Though it's a reputed project, everything is there. Yes, yet there is a question. We have to understand that point. Very important point. I must raise my voice. I don't say I'm expert. I'm not saying that. Not necessarily you're expert. You should be awakening. You should rise to occasion. Okay, not 100%, 90%, not 20-30%. You pay back. Workers never say no. It's you who never ask worker to do correct job. They are getting salary, they are working. It's not their problem what you want. What you say they will do. Contractor will do what you say. What you write they will do. Why should they know? They are getting their price. So that's why I am saying where is problem. If you are using same material, you are using same steel, you are not stealing anything from there, you are not passing by something, then where is problem? Problem is in conduct. Problem is in your duty doing. Problem is in ignorance. Problem is in carelessness. That's the problem, not other problem. Absence of seriousness. Absence of seriousness, absence of commitment, absence of determination, that's the problem. Absence of will, that's the problem. For something good, we want hard work. We have to be careful all the time. Like, police goes behind a robber or behind a thief to catch him, to apprehend him. So we are saying, we have to check ourselves first. I have to check myself first. What is my honesty level? What is my commitment level? What is my determination level? How can I lead myself first before leading others? If I can decide that, I can apply this onto me, I can say that is answer of my question. That is what is required. But we don't do that. We just keep silent speaking. That's it. This is not answer, and this is answer. Speak up. Don't worry. Nobody will help you. You have to help yourself. Can't. I move with society. You say, I move with people. You say, we are living in society. We are moving in same boat. No, you have separate boat. You have a separate society because you have this. If you don't have this, I agree. What for is that? Why did you go to university? For what? Why professor not teaching? You raise question. Why there are no professor in university? You raise question. Why only academicians are there? Why no practical people are in university as professors or visiting professors? Question is that. Change and change. That is engineering. Engineering is change. That's what is important here. People won't understand. When you say you have to fight, means fight. Money has changed everything. This is the problem. There was quality one time. I say no, yes there was. Where was quality? You go to 1950s, 60s, 70s, you find different quality. Yes, there was problem, but not that big as it is now. Carelessness is there, no seriousness. If you talk to some engineers, you won't answer. I talk to many engineers, I don't know. I don't know your questioning, what is questioning. What is your technical question? I don't know. What did you learn from university? What did you learn from university? All this I don't know. If your answer is I don't know, but my answer is I know. My answer is that. Even if I don't know, I shall try to know. That is my right. If I don't know something, I will try to dig it from somewhere and get an answer. That's my right. As a professional, it's my duty to find something. No question of payment. I will do my job as God's representative, because engineers and doctors are God's representatives. Don't forget that. Everybody cannot become an engineer and everybody cannot be a doctor. That person is health representative, you are wealth representative. You are representing natural wealth. You are using that wealth for development of world. Your material comes from nature and that's wealth. From earth you are using material, this God's earth, you are using that material is prasad. You are using that. You are not representing God, you are representing God. You are using God built human being for work. You are using equipment which are God built material. Use them. What else you want? That's what I'm saying. That's what I say. Try to understand facts of life. It's not easy to become an engineer. Qualification is okay. Education is okay. Otherwise you are not engineer. If you think by qualification you are engineer, then you are in dark world. Simply. Forget what law says. Engineer means engineer. Degree or diploma or doctorate do not make you engineer. You are learned only. Until you apply that rightly, you can't call yourself engineer. Engineer has a responsibility towards society, towards God also, towards world also. That is extremely important. But we miss that. What to say now? I think excessive explanation is also not good. And it's a little more time, 1 minute time. I would like to say, if you get my point, it's good. And if you don't get my point, I don't mind this also. It's your choice, my dear people, my dear engineers and brothers, all those. I am doing my job. I don't know when I have to leave this one. I can't say. Nobody knows. But it's terminal now. My terminal is arriving. To be very frank in engineering life, my project end is coming. my end is coming. I'm now 66 running. Nobody knows next moment what happens. But until I'm operating myself, until I'm operating and I have sources for using this, I shall try to awaken you. It's up to you. You awaken or don't awaken. If you drink and sleep, it's up to you. Your life. I have no authority on that. But if you want to do something as an engineer, then you have to sacrifice with this. Thank you very much. I close this watch. Fine. Okay, fine.